The world held its breath beneath a sky, bleached pale by endless winter. Glaciers, slow and inexorable, carved valleys like the teeth of a time grinding through stone. Their icy tongues licked the land clean, swallowing mountains whole, leaving behind only the polished bones of the earth. The air was sharp with cold, so still that even the wind seemed afraid to stir. In the north, where the sun hung low and weak, the ice stretched in every direction, a kingdom of white and blue, cracked with crevasses that whispered of depths unseen. The light here was strange, refracted through prisms of ice, casting spectral halos across the frozen expanse. It was a land without mercy, where even the hardiest creatures moved in silence, their breath crystallizing in the air before them. Far below the ice the earth groaned. Rivers of meltwater, black as obsidian, cut secret paths through the glacier's belly, their murmurs lost beneath the weight of frozen centuries. Sometimes the ice would shudder, a sound like distant thunder, as another shelf carved into the sea, sending waves rippling across the lifeless ocean. The tundra beyond the glaciers was no kinder. Frost had seared the land barren, leaving only brittle grasses and the occasional skeletal tree, its branches clawing at the sky. Here, the woolly mammoths roamed, their shaggy coats dusted with snow, their breaths pluming like smoke as they trudged through the endless white. They moved with the patience of mountains, their tusks carving arcs through the frozen air. And yet beneath the silence there was a tension, a waiting. The ice knew its reign was not eternal. Somewhere in the hidden veins of the earth, warmth still pulsed. A single drop of water, trembling at the edge of a glacier's lip, hesitated before falling. The frozen dawn would not last forever. The meltwater pooled in a shallow depression, its surface trembling with the barest ripple of movement. Beneath the glassy sheen, something stirred, not yet life, but the promise of it. The water, warmed by a sun that had long been a stranger to this land, cradled the first whispers of rebirth. Microscopic filaments unfurled in the liquid embrace, cyanobacteria waking from their frozen slumber. They drifted like ghosts, their movements sluggish at first, then gaining purpose as the sunlight filtered through the thinning ice above. They were ancient architects, these tiny beings, the first to paint the world with breath. One by one, they began their silent work, drawing energy from the light, exhaling oxygen into the barren air. Nearby, a cluster of dormant algae spores cracked open, their green hearts pulsing back to life. They spiraled upward, drawn toward the light, their delicate forms weaving a tapestry of renewal in the meltwater's embrace. The water itself seemed to brighten, as if the very liquid had remembered the color of life. A shadow passed over the pool, a winged insect, its body still stiff with cold, skimming the surface in erratic bursts. It was a scout, a pioneer testing the limits of the thaw. Its wings hummed, a sound so faint it barely disturbed the stillness. Yet it was enough. The vibration sent ripples cascading outward, carrying the scent of awakening minerals to the edges of the water. And there, at the fringes, where the melt met the frozen earth, the first tendrils of a lichen stretched forth. Grey and fragile, it clung to the rock, its slow growth a testament to patience. It would take years, centuries even, but it would spread, binding stone to soil, weaving the foundation of a world yet to come. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of wet stone and something else, something green. It was faint, barely there, but it was enough. The earth had taken its first breath. And the ice, sensing the change, groaned in reply. The mammoths moved like shadows through the silvered dawn, their massive forms blurred by the mist rising from the thawing earth. The matriarch, her tusks gnarled with age, led the herd with slow, deliberate steps. She paused, her trunk lifting to taste the air, damp, tinged with the scent of young grass and something sharper, something unfamiliar. Change. Behind her, the calves pressed close to their mothers, their small bodies dwarfed by the adults' shaggy bulk. The herd was restless. The ground beneath their feet, once frozen solid, now yielded slightly with each step, the permafrost softening at the edges. The matriarch rumbled deep in her chest, a sound like distant thunder, and the others stilled, listening. To the east, the land dipped into a shallow valley where the ice had retreated, leaving behind a mosaic of meltwater pools and stubborn snow patches. The matriarch turned toward it, her instincts honed by generations of survival. Water meant life. But the path was treacherous. New streams cut through the earth like veins, their banks crumbling under the weight of the thaw. A young bull, his tusks still short and smooth, strayed too close to the edge of one such stream. The ground gave way beneath him with a wet sigh. He bellowed, his legs churning as he fought for purchase. The herd surged forward, trunks outstretched, but the matriarch barked a sharp command. Panic would doom them all. She moved to the bank, testing the earth with her forefoot before leaning her weight into it. The soil held. One by one, the others followed, their bodies forming a living bridge across the unstable ground. The young bull scrambled up the far side, his sides heaving. The matriarch touched her trunk to his forehead, brief, reassuring, before turning back to the path. The mist thickened as the sun climbed, wrapping the herd in a luminous shroud. Somewhere beyond it, birds called, strange, shrill cries that spoke of open water and new growth. The mammoths trudged onward, their breath hanging in the air like ghosts. They reached the valley by midday. The grass here was sparse but green, its roots clutching at the thawing soil. The matriarch watched as the herd spread out to graze, their trunks plucking tender shoots with practiced ease. The calves frolicked in the shallow pools, their splashes ringing like laughter. But the matriarch did not lower her guard. She lifted her head again, her ears fanning wide. The wind carried more than the scent of grass now. It carried smoke, distant, but unmistakable. The earth was waking, and with it, so were the hunters. The hunters moved like shadows between the birch trees, their footfalls silent on the damp earth. Their breath curled in the crisp air, mingling with the morning mist that clung to the valley. Ahead, the mammoth herd grazed, their massive forms dark against the silvered grass. Tarek, the eldest among them, crouched low, his fingers tightening around the shaft of his spear. The wood was worn smooth from years of use, its tip honed to a lethal point. He glanced at the others, young faces smeared with ash to mask their scent, eyes alight with anticipation. They had tracked the herd for days, their bellies hollow, their patience worn thin. Not yet. Tarek murmured, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Wait for the wind. The youngest, a boy barely old enough to hold a spear, shifted impatiently. His name was Elin, and his hands trembled, not from fear, but from hunger. They're so close, he whispered. We could take the calf. Tarek silenced him with a sharp look. The matriarch stood watchful at the herd's edge, her tusks gleaming like curved blades. She was old, wise to the ways of hunters. One misstep, one shift in the breeze carrying their scent, and the mammoths would bolt. The wind changed. Tarek exhaled slowly. Now. The hunters fanned out, their movements synchronized from years of shared hunts. They carried no torches, no noisemakers. This was not a stampede hunt. They needed precision, not chaos. A single mammoth, separated from the herd, was their aim. Elin crept forward, his spear trembling in his grip. His foot brushed a twig. The snap was soft, but the matriarch's head jerked up, her trunk lifting to taste the air. A heartbeat of silence, then panic. The herd surged as one, the ground trembling beneath their weight. The hunters lunged from the undergrowth, their cries sharp and guttural, driving the mammoths toward the narrow pass where the others waited. But the matriarch was too clever. She wheeled, trumpeting a warning, herding the younger ones back the way they'd come. Tarek cursed. "The bull!" "Take the bull." A lone male, lagging behind the others, turned to face the threat. His tusks swept the air as he bellowed, his small eyes dark with fury. The hunters circled him, their spears poised. Elin struck first. His spear grazed the mammoth's flank, drawing a thin line of blood. The beast roared, swinging its head. Elin barely dodged, stumbling back as the massive tusks carved the air where he'd stood. Tarek moved in, his own spear finding its mark, a deep thrust into the muscle of the mammoth's shoulder. The beast staggered, its breath coming in ragged bursts. The others closed in, their weapons flashing. It was not a quick death. The mammoth sank to its knees, its great body shuddering. Tarek approached slowly, his hand resting on the animal's heaving side. There was no triumph in his eyes, only necessity. Elin stared at the fallen giant, his chest tight. "Will there be any left?" he asked quietly. Tarek didn't answer. The wind carried the distant cries of the retreating herd, fading into the mist. The balance was shifting, and they were part of it. The mammoth's breath slowed, each exhale a warm gust against the frozen earth. Its dark eyes, glazed with pain, reflected the pale sky above. Tarek knelt beside the fallen giant, his knife steady in his hand. This was not just a hunt. It was a ritual, a covenant between predator and prey. "Move quickly," he murmured to the others. "The cold will preserve the meat, but the scavengers will come." Elin hesitated, his fingers tracing the coarse fur along the mammoth's flank. The animal's warmth was already fading, its life seeping into the ground. He had imagined this moment, his first hunt, as a triumph. But now, standing over the massive corpse, he felt only the weight of what had been taken. Tarek saw the boy's hesitation and gripped his shoulder. "This is how we live," he said, not unkindly. "The mammoth gives itself so we may endure." The others worked with practiced efficiency, their blades parting thick hide and muscle. Steam rose from the carcass in ghostly tendrils, carrying the iron scent of blood. The hunters chanted as they worked, low and rhythmic, a song of thanks, of mourning. Erlin took up his knife and joined them. The blade met resistance, then slid deep. He swallowed hard, focusing on the task. Every cut was measured, every piece of meat precious. Nothing would be wasted, not the flesh, not the bones, not even the sinew that would bind their tools together. The matriarch's distant cry echoed across the tundra, a sound like splitting ice. Erlin flinched, his hands stilling. "Will they come back?" he asked. Tarek wiped his brow with the back of his hand, leaving a streak of crimson. "Not here," he said. "Not for a long time." The wind shifted, carrying the scent of blood far beyond the kill site. Above, the first carrion birds circled, dark specks against the clouds. The hunters worked faster. By dusk, the mammoth was reduced to sections of meat, bundled in hides and strapped to their backs. The great curved tusks were lashed together, a burden shared between the strongest. The skull, too heavy to carry, was left behind, a stark monument in the gathering twilight. Elin glanced back once as they walked away. The empty sockets of the skull seemed to watch him, and for a moment he imagined the land itself was sighing. Tarek adjusted the weight on his shoulders. "We will remember this one," he said quietly. "Its spirit will feed our children." But as the hunters disappeared into the shadows of the birch forest, the valley lay silent. The mammoth's bones gleamed under the first stars, pale as frost. And the earth, ever patient, began its slow reclamation. Deep within the belly of the earth, where the cold could not reach and the wind dared not whisper, the walls breathed with color. The torchlight flickered, casting long shadows across the uneven stone. Yara dipped her fingers into the crushed ochre, the red powder staining her skin like dried blood. She pressed her palm against the rock, leaving a mark. 5 fingers splayed, a declaration of existence. Around her, the cave walls were alive with older stories. Bison mid-leap, their muscles taut with imagined motion. Mammoths rendered in sweeping charcoal lines, their tusks arcing like crescent moons. Horses galloping in eternal silence. Her brother Kyle traced the outline of a bear with his fingertip. "The old ones say the spirits live in these lines," he murmured, "that if you listen, you can hear them speak." Yara didn't answer. She was mixing the ochre with fat, stirring until the paste thickened. The ritual was as much a part of the hunt as the spear. Paint the prey, know its shape, and the hunt would be blessed. But this was more than that. These walls were a ledger, a chronicle of their world. She dipped a frayed twig into the paste and began to draw. A mammoth took form under her hand, its tusks sweeping low, its eye a single dark stroke. Beside it she sketched the slender forms of hunters, their spears raised. The figures were crude but alive, pulsing with the same energy as the beasts they pursued. Kale watched, his breath fogging in the chill air. "Why do you always draw them falling?" Yara paused. The mammoth in her depiction was stumbling, its legs buckling. "Because that's the moment that matters," she said at last. "The breath before the end. The gift." A gust of wind snaked through the cave's entrance, making the torch sputter. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped, a slow and steady percussion. Kyle shifted uneasily. "Do you think they see us? The animals we draw?" Yara wiped her hands on her hide tunic, leaving smears of red. "Maybe. Or maybe we're the ones who need to see them." She stepped back, surveying the wall. The new mammoth stood among its ancestors, part of an unbroken line stretching back further than memory. Soon, the hunt would begin again. The herd had been sighted near the river, their tracks fresh in the mud. Kale touched the edge of a painted bison, his fingers lingering on the curve of its back. What happens when there are no more to draw? The question hung in the air, heavier than the silence. Yara picked up the torch, its light washing over the paintings. For an instant the animals seemed to move, the bison tossing its head, the mammoth lifting its trunk. Then the flame steadied, and they were still once more. "Then we remember," she said, and the cave, keeper of secrets, held its breath. The reindeer moved like a river across the tundra, their hooves pressing into the softening earth, their breath steaming in the dawn light. The herd stretched as far as the eye could see, a shifting living current of brown and white, antlers rising like the bare branches of winter trees. At the edges of the herd, the wolves paced, their lean bodies cutting through the tall grass. They did not attack, not yet. This was a dance of patience, of waiting for the weak or the slow to falter. The people followed. They moved in small bands, their footsteps silent in the reindeer's wake. Their shelters were simple, skins stretched over bent wood. easy to raise and easier to abandon. They carried little: tools of bone and flint, pouches of dried meat, the embers of last night's fire smouldering in a hollowed horn. Anik, the eldest tracker, lifted his hand, signaling a halt. The others stilled, their eyes on the herd. A young doe had stumbled, her leg favoring the left. The wolves had noticed too, their pace quickened, their yellow eyes fixed. "Not yet," Anik murmured. "Let them do the work." The wolves closed in, their snarls tearing through the morning quiet. The reindeer herd surged forward, leaving the injured behind. The doe turned, her sides heaving, her nostrils flaring wide. She was not old, but the thaw had been harsh, the new growth sparse. Hunger had made her slow. The wolves struck as one. Anik waited until the last snap of teeth faded before approaching. The wolves had eaten their fill, the remains were still warm. His knife made quick work of the hide, peeling it back from the muscle beneath. The others joined him, their hands deft as they butchered the meat. Nothing was wasted, not the sinew, not the marrow, not the hooves that would be boiled into glue. Lena, the youngest, crouched beside him, her fingers sticky with blood. "Will they keep moving north?" she asked, nodding toward the distant herd. Anik wiped his blade on the grass. "As long as the ice retreats, so will they." "And we follow?" He studied the horizon, where the land blurred into sky. "We follow." The wind shifted, carrying the scent of meltwater and wet earth. Somewhere beyond the tundra, the glaciers groaned, their ancient bones cracking under the weight of the changing world. Lena wrapped the meat in broad leaves, tying the bundle with a strip of hide. "What happens when there's no more north to go?" Anik shouldered his pack, his gaze still fixed on the distance. "Then we learn a new way." The wolves had already vanished, their bellies full, their tracks leading east. The reindeer herd was a dark smudge against the horizon. The people adjusted their burdens and walked on, their path etched by the footsteps of the herd, by the slow retreat of the ice, by the silent turning of the earth beneath them. The migration had no end, only motion. The sea came softly at first, a whisper of salt in the wind, a slow creep of water where none had been before. Mara stood at the edge of what had once been a forest, her feet sinking into the mud as the tide lapped hungrily at the land. The trees still stood, but they were ghosts now, their trunks pale and splintered, their roots drowned in the rising brine. Their branches reached skyward like the bones of drowned men, grasping for a surface they would never break again. She waded forward, the water icy around her ankles. Beneath her feet, the peat squelched, releasing bubbles of ancient air that burst with a sound like sighs. The smell was thick here, a mingling of rot and salt, and something older, something the sea had swallowed long before her people walked this land. "Look," her brother Jarek pointed to a half-submerged trunk. Its bark had peeled away in long strips, revealing wood polished smooth by the waves. Carved into its surface were symbols, crude but unmistakable. A spiral, a handprint, the antlered outline of a stag. "Our ancestors marked these trees," Jarek murmured, "when they still stood on dry land." Mara traced the grooves with her fingers. The carvings were weathered, their edges blurred by time and tide, but their meaning was clear. This had been a sacred place, a meeting ground, a hunting marker. Now it was a graveyard. A fish darted between the submerged roots, its silver body flashing in the murky light. Above, a gull cried, its wings spread wide as it circled the skeletal canopy. Life had already begun its claim, adapting to the slow conquest of the sea. Jarek crouched, scooping a handful of water to his lips before spitting it out. "Salt," he said. "It's getting worse." Mara didn't answer. She was watching the far shore, where the waves gnawed at the last stands of birch and pine. Every storm took more, every high tide crept farther inland. She had seen the elders' maps, scratched into cured hides, coastlines that no longer existed, rivers that now flowed into the sea instead of the plains. "We should go," Jarek said, "before the tide turns." Mara hesitated. She reached into the pouch at her belt and withdrew a small offering, a carved bone charm shaped like a diving bird. Her grandmother had given it to her years ago. "For safe passage," the old woman had said, though she hadn't specified for whom. She pressed the charm into the crook of a half-drowned branch. "Safe passage," she whispered. The wind carried her words away as the water stirred, swallowing the charm in seconds. They turned their backs on the drowned forest, their footsteps heavy in the retreating light. Behind them, the sea murmured, patient and inexorable. By spring, even the dead trees would be gone. The night was alive with sparks. Roken crouched by the fledgling fire, his hands outstretched to the fragile flames. The wind whispered through the pines, threatening to snuff out his labor, but he shielded the embers with his body, murmuring the old words under his breath. "Burn bright, little brother. Burn long." Beside him, Lyra watched with wide eyes. She was young, too young to remember the winters when fire was a rare and precious gift, stolen from lightning strikes or carried for miles in smouldering moss. But Roken remembered. He remembered the nights when the cold gnawed at their bones, when the dark pressed in like a living thing. "Will it stay?" Lyra asked, her voice hushed. Roken fed the flames a handful of dry grass, then a twig. The fire licked hungrily at the offering, its glow painting their faces in flickering gold. "If we tend it," he said. "If we keep it fed." The others gathered around, drawn by the warmth like moths. Their shadows stretched long against the cave wall, merging with the ancient paintings of beasts and hunters. An elder, Vesa, knelt beside Roken, her gnarled fingers hovering just above the heat. "You're sure it won't die?" Roken nodded. He had done this before, in secret, practicing with stolen embers until he could coax fire from nothing but friction and patience. "It obeys now," he said. "Not the sky, not chance. Us." A murmur rippled through the group. Fire that could be summoned at will. This was power beyond ritual, beyond luck. Lyra reached out, then yanked her hand back with a hiss. "It bites!" Roken chuckled. "It teaches." He took her small hand in his and guided it closer, slower. "See, it gives warmth, but only if you respect its teeth." The fire crackled, its light pushing back the night. Outside, the wind howled, but here, in this circle of warmth, the world felt smaller, safer. Vesa studied Roken with sharp eyes. "What do we feed it? Dry wood, grass, pine needles." He broke a branch over his knee, feeding the thicker end to the flames. But never too much at once, and never let it wander. As if to prove his point, a spark leapt onto the cave floor. Roken smothered it with his palm, ignoring the sting. The others gasped, but he shook his head. "Fire is a guest," he said. "A useful one, but a guest who will eat your home if you turn your back." Lyra leaned forward, her face solemn. "Can I try?" Roken hesitated, then nodded. He guided her hands to the spindle and bow, showing her the rhythm. Back and forth, until the friction birthed smoke. Her first attempts failed, but on the third try, a tiny ember glowed in the tinder. She blew gently, as he'd taught her, and the ember bloomed into flame. The group erupted in hushed awe. Lyra's grin was brighter than the fire. Roken sat back, watching as the others took turns tending the flames. This was more than warmth, more than light. This was the first step on a path none of them could yet see, a path where humans no longer bowed to the whims of cold and dark. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead, indifferent. But in the cave, for the first time in history, the night had met its match. And the fire, obedient and alive, burned on. The wildfire came at dusk, a roaring beast born from drought and wind. Roken smelled it first, the acrid bite of smoke threading through the pine-scented air. He dropped the hare he was skinning and sprinted to the ridge, his heart hammering. The western horizon pulsed orange, a false sunset devouring the land. Above it, the sky choked on black plumes, their underbellies lit crimson. "Get to the river!" he barked, spinning towards the camp. The others were already moving, snatching up children and tools, their faces washed in the fire's eerie glow. Lyra clung to Vessa's arm, her eyes wide with terror. "It's too fast!" Vessa gasped as Roken herded them eastward. "The wind!" A gust howled through the valley, hurling embers like burning rain. The treetops exploded, one after another, their needles igniting with a sound like tearing cloth. The heat pressed against Roken's back, a physical weight driving them forward. A scream cut through the roar. Roken turned to see young Darren trapped behind a curtain of flame, the path to the river severed. Without thinking, Roken plunged back, wrapping his arms in damp hides. The fire licked at his legs as he vaulted over a fallen log, the sap inside popping like arrows. He seized Darren's wrist and dragged him through a gap in the inferno, their skin blistering. They collapsed on the riverbank with the others, coughing up ash. The water hissed where embers struck its surface. Across the bank, the world burned. Centuries-old pines became torches, their trunks splitting with thunderous cracks. Deer fled in panicked silence, their coats singed. Lyra pressed her face into Roken's side. "Will it eat everything?" He watched the fire dance in her terrified eyes. "Yes," he said truthfully. "But look." He pointed to where new flames sprouted from a lightning-blackened stump. Tiny green shoots curled protectively around its base. "See how the bracken grows thicker there? Fire clears the way for what comes after." As if to prove his words, an owl swooped low over the river, its wings skimming the water. Behind it came a wave of smaller birds, thrushes, finches, sparrows, driven ahead of the flames. They settled in the unburned reeds, already adapting. Darren moaned, clutching his scorched forearm. Vessa knelt beside him, smearing the wound with a paste of river mud and crushed yarrow. "We should never have tamed fire," she muttered. "Look what it does when unleashed." Roken scooped a handful of water, letting it trickle through his soot-stained fingers. "The fire was always here," he said quietly. "We just learned to borrow its voice." The night deepened, the stars blotted out by smoke. The group huddled on a sandbar, the river at their backs and the wall of flame before them. Roken kept watch as the others slept fitfully. By dawn, the fire had spent itself. The land smouldered, vast stretches reduced to charcoal and ash. But here and there, defiant green speared upward. Fireweed and lupine, their seeds cracked open by the heat. A line of ants marched across the scorched earth, reclaiming their domain. Lyra stirred, rubbing her eyes. "Is it over?" Roken stood, his boots sinking into the warm ash. "No," he said, watching a hawk circle the newborn sky. "It's just beginning." He stepped forward, leaving the first footprints in the reborn world. Behind him, the others followed, carrying embers in clay pots, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the burned earth would soon birth forests they'd never see. The firekeepers walked on, their shadows long in the morning light. The vultures arrived first, dark shapes spiraling down from the ashen sky, their wings spread wide like tattered banners. They settled on the mammoth's ribcage, their hooked beaks probing the last scraps of sinew clinging to bone. Their heads snapped up as the wolves approached, but they did not flee. There was enough here for all the scavengers of the world. The wolves came next, their lean bodies slipping through the tall grass, their yellow eyes wary. They had fed well in the days after the mammoth's fall, but now the meat was gone. Only the marrow remained, locked deep within the great femurs and vertebrae. The alpha, a scarred male with a grizzled muzzle, clamped his jaws around a cracked tibia and dragged it away from the carcass. The others followed, their teeth finding the fissures where the hunter's stone tools had weakened the bone. Then came the smaller thieves. A pine marten darted in, its sleek body weaving between the wolf's legs to snatch a shred of tendon. Beetles, black and iridescent, poured into the hollows of the skull, their mandibles working tirelessly at the cartilage of the ear canals. Even the earth itself seemed to hunger. Worms churned the soil beneath the carcass, their bodies fattening on the blood that had seeped into the ground. And finally, the humans returned. Tarek led them, his steps slow with reverence. The mammoth had fed his people for weeks, but the bones were worth more than meat. He knelt beside the shattered skull, running a calloused hand along the curve of a tusk. It would become spear points, needles, amulets, the mammoth's gift enduring long after its flesh had nourished them. Ellen crouched beside him, prying a wolf tooth from the dirt. It was small, milk-white, lost in some long-ago struggle. He held it up to the light. "Do you think they remember?" he asked. "The ones who die here?" Tarek considered the question as he worked his knife under a strip of hide still clinging to the pelvis. "The bones remember," he said at last. "The land remembers." A gust of wind stirred the grass, carrying the scent of decay far across the tundra. Somewhere in the distance, a raven croaked, a sound like laughter. The wolves had finished their work, their muzzles stained red as they slunk away. The vultures, too, took flight, their bellies full. Only the insects remained, their ceaseless rustling the mammoth's final requiem. Tarek straightened, the tusk heavy in his arms. "Gather what you can carry," he told the others. "The snows will come soon, and the bones will sleep." Elin tucked the wolf tooth into his pouch, a small relic of the dance between hunter and scavenger. As they walked away, the wind sighed through the mammoth's empty sockets, a whisper only the dead could hear. And the earth, patient and insatiable, continued its feast. He watched them from the ridge, his body still as stone. The newcomers moved through the valley below, their voices sharp and strange in the evening air. They laughed as they worked, their hands deft around the fire they had conjured so easily. The scent of roasting meat curled upward, rich and unfamiliar. It made his stomach tighten, though he had eaten only hours before, roots and the tough flesh of a hare, torn raw from the bone. These were not his kind. Their limbs were too slender, their foreheads too high, their movements too quick. They spoke in a language that ran like water over pebbles, none of the guttural depth his own tongue held. He had seen their tracks before, narrow feet that pressed lightly into the earth, not like the broad, deliberate prints his people left behind. The wind shifted, carrying his scent toward them. One of the newcomers, a young male with a necklace of shells, paused, his head lifting like a deer catching danger. The last Neanderthal held his breath. His fingers tightened around his spear, though he knew he would not use it. There were too many, and he was alone. Always alone. The moment passed. The young male shrugged and turned back to the fire, saying something that made the others laugh. The sound was bright, careless. It grated against the silence of the mountains. The last Neanderthal exhaled slowly. He had followed these people for days, keeping to the shadows, studying their ways. They were clever, yes, clever with their fire, their tools, their woven traps that caught fish without spears. But they were reckless too. They left their kills half butchered, took more than they needed. They did not whisper prayers to the spirits of the animals they felled. His people had known better. A cold drizzle began to fall, slicking his shaggy hair against his brow. He turned away from the ridge, his muscles aching with the weight of memory. His sister had been the last of his kin, her breath fading into the winter dark 2 turns of the seasons ago. He had buried her beneath the old oak, its roots cradling her bones. Then he had walked south, following the herds, following the ghosts of his kind. But the land was changing. The great beasts grew scarcer, their paths disrupted by these new hunters. The caves where his people had sheltered now echoed with unfamiliar songs. A branch snapped underfoot. He froze, nostrils flaring. Not a wolf, not a bear, something smaller. A fox, perhaps, or one of the newcomers' dogs. He crouched low, letting the underbrush swallow him. The valley below glowed with firelight, a beacon in the gathering dark. The newcomers' voices rose in a chant now, rhythmic and sure. A story, maybe, or a warning. The last Neanderthal closed his eyes. He could almost hear his own people's voices beneath theirs, deeper, slower, like stones rolling in a riverbed. But the memory slipped away, as it always did. When he opened his eyes again, the drizzle had become rain. The newcomers had retreated into their shelters, their fire dimming to embers. The valley was quiet. He stood, his joints protesting the movement. There was a cave to the east, one his people had used in the lean times. It would be empty now. He took one last look at the strangers' camp, their half-finished tools, their laughter still clinging to the air like smoke. Then he turned and walked into the night, his footsteps silent on the wet earth. Behind him, the fire sputtered and died. Ahead, the wind howled through the passes, carrying the scent of snow. And the world, indifferent, moved on. The drill bit screamed as it bored deeper, its steel teeth gnawing through millennia of compacted snow. Dr. Ilara Voss leaned over the core extraction site, her parka stiff with frost, her breath fogging the air. Around her, the Antarctic plateau stretched in every direction, a desert of white and blue, silent except for the whine of machinery. 1,800 meters, called Anders, her assistant, his voice crackling through her headset. The numbers glowed on the drill's display, a countdown into Earth's memory. Ilara adjusted her grip on the controls, her fingers numb even through her gloves. Almost there. The drill shuddered, then broke through into a hollow space with a sudden lurch. Ilara killed the motor. In the abrupt silence, she could hear her own heartbeat. Anders peered into the borehole. What was that? An air pocket, Ilara said, her voice hushed. Trapped when this ice was still fresh snow. She signaled for the core extraction. The winch whirred, hauling up the last segment of ice, a cylinder of purest blue, its surface marred only by tiny bubbles, each a frozen breath from another age. Ilara cradled the core as if it were a newborn. The ice was older than cities, older than writing, older than the first mammoth hunt. The bubbles trapped within held air from a world long dead. Look at the layers, Anders murmured, brushing a gloved finger along the core's length. Each band of ice told a story. thick sections from brutal winters, thin bands from fleeting summers, black lines of volcanic ash from ancient eruptions. Ilara held the core up to the weak sunlight. The bubbles glittered like diamonds. "This one," she said, pointing to a cluster near the center. "This is from the last Ice Age's peak, 20,000 years ago." Anders exhaled sharply. "We're holding time." Ilara didn't answer. She was thinking of the world that air had known, the glaciers grinding south, the mammoths trudging through endless winter, the small bands of humans huddled in caves, painting their dreams on stone. That air had filled Neanderthal lungs, had rushed through steppe grass, had howled across frozen seas. And now it was here, in her hands, waiting to speak. Back in the lab tent, she placed the core in the vacuum chamber. The machine hissed as it sealed, isolating the ancient air. With a press of a button, the ice began to sublime, turning directly from solid to gas, releasing its captive molecules. The monitor flickered to life, graphing the atmospheric composition. CO2 levels, methane, isotopes of oxygen that betrayed ancient temperatures. Anders whistled. "Look at that spike." Ilara traced the jagged line on the screen. A sudden warming event, tens of thousands of years ago. The ice had recorded it faithfully, a fever chart for the planet. She imagined that long ago thaw, the glaciers groaning as they retreated, the land shuddering under the weight of meltwater, the mammoths blinking in the unfamiliar sun. And then, superimposed over the ice core's data, she saw the modern graphs, the same gases rising, the same fever climbing, but faster now. So much faster. Outside, the wind picked up, howling across the drill site. The ice beneath their feet groaned, a sound like a waking giant. Anders shivered. "Think it'll last? The ice, I mean." Ilara didn't answer right away. She was staring at the core, at the perfect blue heart of it, at the bubbles that had waited so long to tell their story. "Nothing lasts," she said at last, "but everything leaves traces." She powered down the equipment, the tent falling into shadow. Outside, the Antarctic night gathered its strength, the cold pressing in from all sides. But in the vacuum chamber, the last whispers of the Ice Age still stirred, finally free after 20,000 years of silence. The wind carried the voices of the wolves across the tundra, long mournful howls that shivered through the brittle grass and echoed off the distant hills. The pack moved in a loose formation, their grey coats blending with the frost-scorched earth. Their ribs showed beneath their fur, their bellies hollow from days without a kill. At the front, the alpha female paused, her nostrils flaring as she scented the air. The others gathered behind her, their breath steaming in the pre-dawn chill. The scent was faint, almost lost beneath the musk of damp earth and melting snow. But it was there. Reindeer, moving north. The pack had followed this herd for weeks, their usual hunting grounds now barren. The great migrations had changed. The reindeer no longer moved in the same numbers, their paths altered by the thawing land. The wolves had adapted, as they always did, but adaptation came at a cost. A young male, his muzzle still dark with the blood of a hare too scrawny to share, whined low in his throat. The alpha female turned, her golden eyes sharp. She bared her teeth, just enough to remind him of his place, and he ducked his head, tail tucked. Hunger made them all restless. The wind shifted. The scent of reindeer grew stronger. The alpha female lifted her head and howled again, a sound that cut through the stillness like a blade. The pack answered, their voices rising in unison before fading into silence. Then, as one, they moved. They ran low to the ground, their paws soundless on the damp earth. The tundra stretched before them, vast and open, the first light of dawn painting the horizon in pale gold. In the distance, the reindeer herd grazed, their antlers a forest of bone against the sky. The wolves slowed, their muscles coiled. The alpha female flicked an ear, a silent command. They would not charge yet, not until the herd was close enough to the ravine, where the land narrowed and the weak would falter. The reindeer lifted their heads, sensing danger. The lead stag snorted, his massive antlers sweeping the air as he searched for the threat. The herd shifted, their instincts pulling them away from the ravine, back toward open ground. The alpha female growled. The hunt was slipping away. Then a crack. A young reindeer, its legs still unsteady from the winter's hunger, stumbled on the loose rocks near the ravine's edge. The herd startled, surging forward, but the young one lagged behind, its sides heaving. The wolves struck. They moved like shadows, their bodies a blur of grey and white. The reindeer bolted, but the alpha female was already cutting off its escape, her teeth snapping at its flanks. The others harried it, driving it toward the ravine's drop. The young reindeer skidded, its hooves scrabbling for purchase. Then it fell. The pack descended. The kill was quick, efficient. The wolves fed in silence, their muzzles dark with blood, their hunger finally sated. The alpha female took the first share, then stepped back, allowing the others to eat. The young male, still learning, hesitated before tearing into the meat. Above them, the sky brightened, the sun rising over the steppe. The wind carried the scent of the feast far across the tundra, drawing the attention of other scavengers, ravens, foxes, even a lone bear lumbering in the distance. The alpha female lifted her head, her ears twitching. The howls of another pack echoed from the east. Rivals, perhaps, or kin. She answered, her voice deep and sure. The land was changing, the herds were thinning, but the wolves would endure. As the pack finished their meal, the alpha female turned her gaze north, where the ice still clung to the mountains. The reindeer would keep moving, and the wolves would follow. The hunt was never over, and the wind, as always, carried their song. Deep beneath the frozen earth, time stood still. The permafrost was a perfect crypt, cold, dark, untouched by the turning of seasons above. Here, in the silent embrace of the ice, the seeds slept. They had slept for millennia, their husks hardened against decay, their life suspended in the endless winter. Dr. Lin Wei knelt at the edge of the excavation site, her gloved fingers brushing the frosted soil. The trowel had uncovered something remarkable, a cache of ancient seeds, preserved in the icy grip of the permafrost. They were small, no larger than pebbles, their surfaces cracked and darkened with age. But inside them, locked in the stillness of their cells, the blueprint of life endured. "These could be 30,000 years old," she murmured, her breath curling in the cold air. Beside her, the portable lab hummed softly, its sensors already analyzing the samples. Her assistant, Harvey, crouched next to her, his face half hidden behind a thick scarf. "Think any of them will still germinate?" Lynn carefully lifted one of the seeds, holding it up to the weak Arctic light. If the permafrost kept them frozen, if no moisture breached their shells? She trailed off, her mind racing ahead to the possibilities. These seeds belonged to a lost world, a landscape of towering grasses and hardy shrubs that had vanished beneath the glaciers, a world before human hands had reshaped the earth. Back in the field lab, she placed the seeds in sterile containers, the cold from the permafrost still clinging to them. The team worked in silence, their movements precise, reverent. These seeds were more than artifacts. They were messengers from an age when mammoths still roamed and the ice was king. That night, in the dim glow of her laptop, Lynn studied the preliminary data. The seeds were from Silene stenophylla, a flowering plant that still clung to life in the Arctic tundra. But its modern descendants were smaller, less robust. These ancient seeds held genetic secrets, adaptations to a harsher climate, a different world. Harvey handed her a steaming cup of tea. "You think we can bring them back?" Lynn wrapped her hands around the warmth of the cup. "Not just bring them back. Learn from them." She nodded to the screen, where the genetic scans flickered. These plants survived extremes we can't even imagine. Drought, ice, volcanic winters. Their DNA is a survival guide written in code. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the walls of the research station. Somewhere beneath their feet, the permafrost stretched for miles, holding its treasures in frozen silence. But the Arctic was warming. The vault was cracking. Lynn set down her tea and opened the lab's refrigeration unit, where the seeds now rested in carefully controlled conditions. She traced the glass door with her fingertips. "They've been waiting all this time," she said softly, "waiting for the world to be ready for them again." Harvey grinned. "Or waiting for us to be ready for them." Lynn didn't answer. She was thinking of the thaw outside, the way the land was shifting, the ancient rhythms breaking. These seeds were a gift, but also a warning. The earth remembered what it had lost. And now, in the quiet hum of the lab, the seeds dreamed of green. The wind was a blade, sharp and unrelenting, as the raptor circled high above the thawing tundra. Its wings, broad and dark against the pale sky, barely moved, riding the currents with effortless precision. Below, the land stretched in patches of brown and white, the last stubborn veins of ice retreating into the earth. Keen eyes scanned the ground. Movement, a flicker of grey against the mud. The raptor tilted, adjusting its angle with a single shift of its tail feathers. The prey was small, a lemming darting between tufts of grass, unaware of the shadow falling upon it. The strike was swift. Talons, curved like daggers, snapped shut around the lemming's body before it could react. The impact barely ruffled the raptor's feathers as it banked upward again, the kill secure in its grasp. Hunger was a constant companion in this world, and every scrap of meat was a victory. But the hunt was not over. Another shape cut across the sky, a rival, younger, its plumage streaked with the recklessness of inexperience. It screeched, a challenge ringing over the tundra. The first raptor answered with a guttural cry, tightening its grip on the lemming. The younger one dove, aiming to steal the prize. They clashed mid-air, wings beating hard, talons flashing. The older raptor twisted, using its weight to knock the younger off balance. For a heartbeat, they tumbled, locked in a dance of feathers and fury. Then the younger one broke away, screeching its frustration as it fled toward the distant cliffs. The victor righted itself, shaking out its wings. The lemming was still clutched in its talons, untouched. It would eat today. But the skirmish had cost energy, and energy was precious. The raptor glided toward a rocky outcrop, where the bones of past meals lay scattered in the dirt. It settled on a sun-warmed stone, tearing into the kill with quick, efficient bites. Around it, the wind carried the scent of meltwater and damp earth, the smell of a world waking from its long sleep. In the distance, a herd of reindeer moved across the tundra, their hooves sinking into the softening ground. The raptor watched them pass, its head tilting, too large to hunt alone. But where there were herds, there were stragglers, and where there were stragglers, opportunity waited. It finished the lemming in silence, then preened its feathers, smoothing away the traces of the fight. The younger raptor was still visible, a speck against the horizon, no doubt searching for easier prey. The wind shifted, carrying a new scent. Carrion, perhaps, or the promise of a nest left unguarded. The raptor spread its wings, feeling the air currents lift it effortlessly. Hunger would return soon enough. For now the sky was vast, and the hunt never ended. It soared upward, leaving the bones and the blood behind, its shadow skimming the earth like a promise. And the land below, thawing and restless, waited for what came next. The cave exhaled. A damp, mineral-laden breath curled from its mouth, carrying the scent of wet stone and ancient darkness. Outside, the wind howled, driving sleet against the cliffs, but here, in the labyrinthine depths, the cold could not reach. The bears came first, great shaggy shadows lumbering into the tunnels, their fur stiff with frost. They moved with the slow certainty of creatures who had followed this path for generations, their broad paws silent on the stone. The deepest chambers still held the remnants of last winter's sleep, nests of dried grass and moss, the bones of long-finished meals. The bears settled into the hollows, their breath steadying as the cave's warmth seeped into their bones. Next came the bats. They streamed from the freezing sky like living smoke, their wings whispering against the rock as they sought the familiar crevices. They clung upside down, folding themselves into tight bundles of fur and membrane, their heartbeats slowing to a hibernation's rhythm. The cave welcomed them, its walls humming with the faint echoes of their sonar. Smaller creatures followed, lemmings, voles, even a lone fox, her ribs sharp beneath her pelt. They slipped through cracks and tunnels, their instincts leading them to the pockets of warmth where the earth's heat pooled. The cave did not discriminate, it sheltered them all. Deep in the darkest passage, where no sunlight had ever touched, something older stirred. The blind salamanders, pale as moonlight, uncoiled from their crevices. Their translucent skin glowed faintly in the blackness, their gills fluttering as they tasted the air. They had been here before the ice, before the humans, before even the bears. They were the cave's first children, and they knew its secrets. One slithered forward, its body undulating over the smooth stone. It paused where a trickle of meltwater seeped through the ceiling, the droplets rich with minerals from the world above. The salamander drank, its tiny mouth opening and closing like a prayer. Far above, the storm raged on. The wind screamed at the cave's entrance, hurling ice like daggers, but the depths remained still. The bears slept. The bats dreamed. The salamanders moved through their liquid world, untouched by time. And the cave, patient and eternal, held its breath, waiting for the thaw. The permafrost yielded its secrets reluctantly. Dr. Anya Petrov adjusted the UV lamp, its violet glow cutting through the gloom of the subterranean lab. Before her, suspended in a sterile solution, floated a sliver of ancient tissue, a fragment of something that had slept for 30,000 years in Siberia's frozen grasp. The microscope's display flickered as the algorithm processed the genetic sequences, lines of code unfolding like a scroll. Her assistant, Leo, leaned in, his breath fogging the screen. "Is that—" Anya didn't blink. "Viral RNA, intact." The room seemed to contract around them. The airlock seals hissed faintly, a constant reminder of the containment protocols. Outside, the Arctic wind howled against the research station's reinforced walls. But here, in Level 4 isolation, the only sound was the hum of machines breathing life into the dead. Leo swallowed hard. "We should stop." Anya zoomed in. The viral particles were eerily pristine, their protein spikes still sharp, their genetic payload coiled tight. "It's inert." she murmured, frozen mid-stride, like a clock stopped at the exact moment of disaster. A chime from the sequencer. The reconstruction was complete. On the main display, a 3D model of the virus rotated, a barbed sphere, beautiful in its lethality. The lab's AI tagged it with a provisional name, Pleistocene varicella 9. Leo paced, his boots squeaking on the sterile flooring. We don't know what this did, what it could do. There's no immune memory in modern humans. Anya tapped the screen, pulling up a comparison panel. Look at the binding sites. These motifs match modern chickenpox, but with variations that suggest broader tropism. Lungs, neural tissue. She exhaled sharply. This wasn't just a rash, Leo. This hunted. A silence thicker than the containment walls settled between them. Outside, the world was warming. Glaciers carved, permafrost slumped, and every meltwater stream carried whispers of the past into the present. Anya had seen the reports. Neolithic anthrax outbreaks in defrosting reindeer carcasses, giant viruses blooming in Siberian swamps. But this was different. Leo rubbed his temples. Ethics committee would torch us if they knew we'd even cultured this. Anya flicked off the UV lamp. The viral fragment glowed faintly in the dark, a ghost in a bottle. They're looking for woolly mammoths and mosses, not this. A knock at the airlock. Both scientists startled. Dr. Hayes's voice crackled through the intercom. Petrov, you've got 5 minutes before the power surge protocol kicks in. Storm's worsening. Anya covered the sample with a blackout sheath. Copy. Shutting down now. As the lab's systems whirred into standby, Leo gripped her arm. We can't be the only ones who know. Anya met his gaze. In the red emergency lighting, his face looked carved from stone. We aren't, she said quietly. But we might be the only ones who understand. The overhead lights flickered. Somewhere beneath the station, generators groaned against the storm. And in the dark, the code waited. The storm raged for 3 days. Anya watched the monitors from the cramped confines of the station's common room, the satellite feed flickering with static, as blizzard winds scoured the tundra outside. The research outpost was a fortress against the cold, but the walls creaked under the assault, the pipes shuddering with each gust. Leo hunched over his laptop, his face lit by the glow of the screen. I've cross-referenced the viral sequences with every database we have access to, he murmured. There's a 67% match with varicella zoster, but the remaining code... He trailed off, shaking his head. It's like nothing we've seen before. Anya rubbed her temples. The lack of sleep was a dull ache behind her eyes. It's a chimera, parts of known viruses stitched together by evolution, or something else. Hayes, the station's lead climatologist, leaned against the doorway, his arms crossed. You two look like you've seen a ghost. Anya exchanged a glance with Leo. They hadn't told the others yet. The discovery was too raw, too dangerous to voice aloud. But Hayes was sharp. He'd noticed the hushed conversations, the extra security protocols. We found something in the permafrost core, Anya said carefully. Something biological. Hayes raised an eyebrow. Another seed? Fungus? Older. Leo closed his laptop with a quiet click. And not as benign. The silence stretched. Outside, the wind howled like a living thing. Hayes exhaled sharply. Let me guess. You've woken up something that should have stayed buried. Anya didn't answer. She didn't need to. By the time the storm broke, the world outside had transformed. The snow had melted in uneven patches, revealing dark, sodden earth beneath. The permafrost was destabilizing faster than predicted. Great gashes of collapsed ground yawned open, exhaling millennia of trapped methane. Anya suited up and stepped outside, the cold air biting at her exposed skin. The silence was eerie after days of wind. She picked her way toward the extraction site, her boots sinking into the softened ground. The drill rig stood abandoned, half buried in slush. But it wasn't the machinery that caught her eye, it was the ice. A fresh fracture had opened up nearby, a jagged wound in the earth. And there, embedded in the newly exposed layers, were more dark streaks, organic matter. Anya's breath fogged her visor as she crouched for a closer look. The streaks weren't just plant matter. They were veins. She reached for her radio. "Leo, you need to see this." Back in the lab, the new samples told a grimmer story. "It's not just one virus," Leo said, his voice hollow. "It's a graveyard of them. Dozens of strains, all preserved in the same layer." He pulled up the sequencing results, the screen blooming with red markers, each one a potential threat. Anya stared at the data, her stomach tightening. This wasn't random. These viruses didn't just happen to freeze together. They clustered. Hayes, watching from the doorway, paled. "You're saying something brought them here? Some kind of host?" Anya zoomed in on the scans. The organic matter wasn't just random debris, it was tissue. And it was human. The realization hit like a physical blow. The permafrost hadn't just preserved viruses, it had preserved their victims. A burial ground from the last ice age, hidden beneath the ice until now. Leo's hands shook as he pulled up the reconstructed image. The body, what was left of it, was curled in a fetal position, its skin mottled with lesions. The same lesions the viral models had predicted. "They didn't just die here," Anya whispered. "They were quarantined." The lab's lights flickered. Somewhere beneath them, the permafrost groaned, its frozen grip weakening by the hour. And in the silence, the past waited, no longer content to sleep. The meltwater pooled in the hollows left by retreating glaciers, forming shallow lakes that shimmered like quicksilver under the pale sun. They were transient things, here for a season, perhaps two, before the earth drank them dry or the sun burned them away. But for now, they teemed with life. At the water's edge, a flock of sandpipers darted through the shallows, their needle-thin beaks stabbing at unseen prey beneath the surface. Their calls were sharp and bright, a counterpoint to the low, guttural croaks of the frogs that had emerged from the thawing mud. The frogs clung to the reeds, their throats pulsing as they sang to potential mates, their voices echoing across the water. Dragonflies, their wings iridescent in the sunlight, skimmed the lake's surface, darting after midges that rose in shimmering clouds. Beneath them, the water stirred with movement. Tiny crustaceans, stirred from dormant eggs, swirled in frenzied circles, feeding on algae that bloomed in the sudden warmth. A lone caribou approached hesitantly, its hooves sinking into the soft earth at the lake's edge. It lowered its head, drinking deeply, its reflection rippling in the still water. The animal's sides were gaunt after the long winter, but here, in this fleeting oasis, it would regain its strength. And then, a disturbance. The caribou's head jerked up, water dripping from its muzzle. The sandpipers took flight in a flurry of wings. Even the frogs fell silent. At the center of the lake, bubbles broke the surface. Then a shape emerged, dark and sinuous, moving just beneath the water. A pike, its scales the color of tarnished silver, glided into the shallows. It was a relic of the last ice age, a survivor that had endured in the deep, cold pockets of the lake, while the world above froze. Now, with the thaw, it had grown bold, its hunger sharpened by years of scarcity. The caribou retreated, instinct driving it back from the water's edge. The pike lingered for a moment, its unblinking eye fixed on the shore, before vanishing into the depths once more. The frogs resumed their chorus. The sandpipers returned to their feeding. The lake, for now, was at peace. But the caribou did not drink again. It stood at a distance, watching the water with wary eyes. The ghost lake was alive, but it was not kind, and by summer's end it would be gone. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of wet earth and new growth. Somewhere in the distance a glacier groaned, its ancient ice surrendering to the thaw. The ghost lakes would come and go, as they always had, and life, fleeting and fierce, would rise to meet them. The wind howled across the exposed tundra, scouring the earth clean of snow and revealing what had lain hidden for millennia. Dr. Elias Varga knelt beside the first tusk, his gloves brushing the ancient ivory. It was yellowed with age, cracked by frost, but unmistakable, a woolly mammoth's tusk, jutting from the thawing permafrost like a skeletal finger pointing skyward. Around it, the ground was littered with more bones, femurs as thick as tree trunks, vertebrae the size of boulders, skulls with hollowed-out sockets that seemed to watch him. His team spread out in silence, their boots sinking into the muck. The sight was vast, stretching farther than the eye could see. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of mammoths had died here. This wasn't a migration route, murmured Anya, the team's paleobiologist. She crouched beside a skull, tracing the fracture lines with her fingertips. This was a trap. Elias nodded. The bones were concentrated in a low basin, a natural depression that would have been a lake during the Ice Age. He could picture it, the mammoths, desperate for water in a drying landscape, trudging into the shallows only for the soft sediment to swallow their legs. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. And then the scavengers would have come. He turned over a rib bone. The edges were scored with parallel grooves, teeth marks, wolves maybe, or dire wolves, long extinct. They had feasted here, gorging themselves on the trapped giants. Anya held up a smaller bone, a calf's radius. Look at this. The bone was snapped cleanly in two. Not scavenging. This was a killing blow. Elias exhaled sharply. Human hunters. The evidence was there if you knew how to look. A few bones bore the telltale notches of stone tools, the marks of butchering, but the sheer scale of the graveyard suggested something more than hunting. This was a confluence of disasters. Climate change shrinking the mammoth's range, human pressure intensifying, and the land itself turning against them. A shout rang out from the far edge of the site. One of the grad students, Marco, was waving frantically. Elias trudged over, his boots sticking in the mud. Marco pointed to the ground. Look. A footprint. Not mammoth, human. Elias crouched, his pulse quickening. The print was faint, preserved in the same sediment that had entombed the mammoths. It was small, likely a woman or adolescent, and it pointed towards the bones. They were here, Marco whispered. They saw this. Elias imagined it, the hunters standing at the edge of the dying lake, watching the mammoths flounder, knowing they would eat well for months. Had they felt triumph, reverence, guilt? Anya joined them, her face grim. She held a tiny artifact, a carved ivory bead, its edges smoothed by time. They didn't just take the meat, she said quietly. They took the stories, too. The wind moaned through the bones, a sound like distant memory. Elias stood, surveying the graveyard. This wasn't just a site of death. It was a record of change, of a world tipping from one era into another. The mammoths had ruled the Ice Age, but the age was ending. And in the thawing permafrost, their bones whispered the lesson all extinct creatures teach: adapt or die. He pocketed the bead. The team would catalogue the site, take samples, write papers. But some truths didn't need science to be understood. As they packed up, the first flakes of a new snow began to fall, dusting the ivory graveyard in white. For now, the dead slept again. But the earth remembered. The night was vast and cold, the sky a tapestry of stars so bright they seemed to pulse. Vanya knelt on the frozen earth, her breath curling in the air as she traced the constellations with a gloved finger. The North Star burned steady above her, unwavering, while the others wheeled around it in their endless dance. Her brother Kyle crouched beside her, his dark eyes reflecting the celestial glow. The elders say the stars are the footprints of the first hunters. He murmured, that they walked so far into the sky, they forgot how to come down. Vanya didn't answer. She was lining up the horizon with the tip of her spear, measuring the angle between the star and the earth. The ice plains stretched before them, featureless and treacherous. But the stars did not lie. They had guided her people across the tundra for generations, their patterns unchanged by the turning of the world. She adjusted the spear slightly, then nodded. "We go that way," she said, pointing northeast. "The caribou herds will be near the river by now." Kyle squinted at the sky. "How do you know?" Vanya tapped the side of her head. "The stars remember the paths. You just have to listen." The wind howled across the plain, carrying the scent of snow and distant pine. The clan was already breaking camp, bundling their meager belongings into hide sacks, dousing the last embers of the fire. The journey would be long, and the days were still short. Light was a currency they could not waste. Vanya's mother, Leora, approached, her face lined with exhaustion. "You're sure of the way?" Vanya nodded. She had been learning the stars since she could first lift her eyes to the sky. Her grandfather had taught her how to read the turning of the Great Bear, how to find the fox's tail when the clouds hid the North Star, how to navigate by the moon's slow crawl across the heavens. Leora squeezed her shoulder. "Then lead us." The clan set out in silence, their footsteps crunching on the frost-hardened ground. Vanya walked at the front, her eyes flickering between the earth and the sky. The tundra was deceptive. What looked solid could be thin ice over a bottomless bog. What seemed a straight path could spiral them in circles for days. But the stars did not waver. Kale fell into step beside her. "What if the clouds come?" Vanya patted the small pouch at her belt. "Then we use the sunstone." The stone was a rare treasure, passed down through generations. On overcast days, when the sky was a featureless grey, the translucent crystal could catch the faintest glimmer of sunlight and point the way. It was magic, the elders said. But Vanya thought it was just another kind of listening. Hours passed. The cold gnawed at their fingers and toes, but the clan pressed on. The children were carried when their legs grew too tired. The elders leaned on their staffs, their breath laboured, but their eyes fixed on the horizon. Then, a sound. Vanya held up a hand, signalling a halt. The wind carried it again, a distant guttural bellow. "Caribou." Kale grinned. The stars were right. Vanya allowed herself a small smile. They always are. The clan readied their spears, their fatigue forgotten. The hunt would begin at dawn. Above them, the stars burned on, indifferent to the small, shivering creatures below. But for tonight, they had shared their wisdom. And the nomads, as they always had, followed. The ocean had a memory. Deep beneath the churning waves, where sunlight never reached, the currents moved in slow, ancient rhythms. For millennia they had carried warmth from the equator to the poles, cradling the planet in a delicate balance of heat and cold. But now, Something was changing. Dr. Elias Marin adjusted the sonar array, his fingers stiff from the cold. The research vessel, Aurora, rocked in the swells, her hull groaning under the assault of the North Atlantic's waves. On the monitor before him, the data streamed in, temperature gradients, salinity levels, flow rates, all painting a picture that made his stomach tighten. His assistant, Sophia, leaned over his shoulder, her breath warm against his ear. "That's not right." Elias nodded. The Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, the great conveyor belt of the ocean, was slowing. The cold, dense water that normally sank near Greenland, pulling warm surface currents northward, had weakened by nearly 15% in the last 50 years. The numbers flickered on the screen like a failing heartbeat. "It's the meltwater," Sophia murmured. "Too much fresh water from the glaciers diluting the salinity. The water isn't sinking like it should." Elias rubbed his temples. He had seen the models, the projections, but the reality was worse. If the AMOC collapsed entirely, the consequences would ripple across the globe. Europe plunged into a deep freeze as the warm currents faltered, tropical storms growing more violent, monsoons in Asia shifting unpredictably. The planet's climate was a house of cards, and the ocean was the foundation. A wave slammed against the hull, sending a shudder through the ship. Outside, the sky was iron grey, the horizon blurred by sheets of rain. The storm had been chasing them for days, a symptom of the very chaos they were studying. Elias pulled up a global map, overlaying their data with historical records. The contrast was stark. Currents that had flowed steadily for thousands of years now meandered, fractured, or simply vanished. "It's like the ocean is forgetting how to breathe," he said quietly. Sophia exhaled sharply. "What do we do?" Elias stared at the screen, at the labyrinth of colored lines that represented the planet's lifeblood. There was no quick fix, no way to reverse centuries of melting ice and rising temperatures. The ocean would adapt, but the world it shaped would be unrecognizable. "We document," he said at last. "We warn." The Aurora pitched violently, sending a coffee cup skidding across the table. Elias caught it before it could fall, his fingers tightening around the ceramic. Outside, the storm roared, the waves clawing at the ship like something alive. And beneath them, in the dark and the cold, the currents shifted, slowly, inexorably, toward a new and uncertain path. The ocean remembered, but it would not forgive. The mountain awoke in fire and thunder. For days the earth had trembled, a deep, restless growl that sent birds fleeing and animals scattering. The people of the valley had watched the plume of smoke rising from the distant peak, darkening the sky like an omen. But they did not run. The mountain had grumbled before, had coughed up ash and steam, only to settle again. Then came the night when the world shattered. A roar split the air, louder than anything the tribe had ever heard. The ground heaved, throwing children from their sleeping furs and knocking elders to their knees. The sky turned red as the mountain vomited fire, rivers of molten rock carving glowing paths down its slopes. The air itself burned, thick with ash and the stench of sulfur. Tarek grabbed Elin by the arm, dragging him toward the river. "Run!" The tribe fled, their feet pounding the shaking earth. Behind them, the sky rained fire, glowing stones the size of fists, pelting the ground with impacts that sent up sprays of dirt and sparks. A woman screamed as one struck her shoulder, the scent of seared flesh mingling with the choking ash. The river was a frothing, boiling nightmare. Fish floated belly up, their scales cooked white. The tribe waded in anyway, the scalding water burning their legs. but it was the only path clear of the lava's advance. Elin stumbled, his vision blurring from the heat and smoke. Tarek hauled him up, shouting words lost beneath the mountain's fury. For 3 days the sun did not rise. Ash fell like snow, burying the world in grey. It coated the trees, turning them into skeletal ghosts. It choked the rivers, turning the water to sludge. The tribe huddled in a cave they had used for generations, their faces wrapped in damp cloth to filter the air. The youngest coughed incessantly, their small bodies struggling against the poison in their lungs. Outside, the world died. The caribou herds, caught in the open, suffocated where they stood, their bodies collapsing into the deepening ash. Birds fell from the sky, their wings too heavy with cinders to fly. Even the insects, the eternal survivors, vanished beneath the smothering blanket. Tarek watched through the cave's mouth as the light faded, as the temperature plummeted. The ash in the atmosphere turned the sun into a dull copper coin, its rays too weak to warm the earth. Frost crept across the dead land, glazing the ash in a brittle shell. Winter had come in a single night. Erlin pressed close, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Will it ever stop?" Tarek looked at the boy's ash-streaked face, at the fear in his eyes. He had no answer. The mountain's children, the plumes of ash and sulphur, had already climbed high into the sky, where the winds would carry them across the world. They would block the sun for years, perhaps decades. The glaciers, already retreating, would regain their strength. The great herds would starve, the forests would wither. The tribe's shaman, an old woman named Yrsa, stirred the embers of their meager fire. "This has happened before," she murmured. "The earth remembers." Tarek thought of the stories carved into cave walls, of the layers of ash buried deep in the soil. Life had returned then. It would return now. But not for everyone. Outside, the wind howled over a dead world, carrying the mountain's final lesson. The earth gives, and the earth takes away. And its children, whether of flesh or fire, must learn to endure. The spider waited in silence, her 8 legs poised on the silken threads of her web. The structure was a marvel, not the symmetrical spiral of her ancestors, but a chaotic tangle, each strand placed with desperate precision. Food had grown scarce in the thawing world, and the old ways of weaving no longer sufficed. A gust of wind stirred the grass below, sending ripples through the web. The spider adjusted her stance, her sensitive hairs detecting the faintest vibrations. Prey was rare now, but not extinct. She had learned to adapt. Her web spanned the gap between 2 birch saplings, its threads thicker and stickier near the base, where ground-dwelling insects might stumble into them. Above, the silk was finer, almost invisible, designed to snare the few flying creatures that still braved the erratic spring winds. The design was inelegant, but effective, a testament to necessity's ruthless innovation. A beetle, sluggish from the cold, blundered into the lower strands. The web shuddered. The spider moved with lightning speed, her fangs sinking into the beetle's armored shell before it could struggle free. Venom pulsed into its body, dissolving its insides into a digestible slurry. The spider wrapped her prize in silk, saving it for later. Every meal counted now. High above, a shadow passed, a bird, perhaps, or a bat. The spider froze, her body flattening against the web. Once her kind had feared only wasps and larger spiders. Now the skies held new dangers. Birds grown bold with hunger, their diets shifting as their usual prey vanished. The shadow moved on. The spider exhaled, or would have if spiders breathed as humans did. She resumed her vigil, her many eyes scanning the horizon. Across the field, Another web glistened in the weak sunlight, a relic of the old design, perfectly symmetrical, untouched by prey. Its weaver hung motionless at the center, her body desiccated, her legs curled in death. She had starved waiting for the world to return to what it once was. The living spider turned away. She had no time for the dead. A midge, drawn by the scent of the wrapped beetle, buzzed too close to the upper threads. The web trembled. The spider lunged. Life in all its forms was a matter of adaptation, and the weaver, silent and patient, endured. The cave exhaled dampness, its walls slick with condensation that shimmered in the dim glow of bioluminescence. Tiny fungi clung to the stone, their delicate caps emitting an eerie blue-green light, a stolen piece of the sun hoarded in the depths. Lena crouched, her fingertips brushing the nearest cluster. The fungi pulsed faintly at her touch, their light rippling outward in slow waves. "It's like they're breathing," she whispered. Dr. Hale adjusted his headlamp, casting a harsh beam over the cavern floor. "Don't disturb them. This ecosystem's fragile enough." He pointed to the thin, thread-like mycelium webbing across the rock. "The network's everything. Break one strand and the whole colony suffers." The cave was a cathedral of living light. Fungi of different species dotted the walls, some with caps like tiny umbrellas glowing cobalt, others with feathery gills radiating pale green. A rivulet of water trickled down a stalactite, its droplets catching the bioluminescence as they fell, scattering it like shattered stars. Lena's boots scuffed a patch of gravel, revealing something pale beneath. She knelt, brushing aside the debris. A skull, its empty sockets staring upward, its jawbone lined with luminous fungi. "Dr. Hale, don't touch!" Hale rushed over, his face unreadable in the shifting light. "That's a cave bear. Pleistocene?" He crouched, examining the skull without touching. "The fungi are recycling it. See how the hyphae have penetrated the bone? They're breaking it down, molecule by molecule." Lena shivered. The bear had died here millennia ago, and the fungi had claimed it, turning death into light. She glanced at her own shadow, monstrous and wavering on the cavern wall. "How long does the colony live?" Hale exhaled. "Some of these networks could be thousands of years old, growing, dying back, but always continuing." He gestured to the walls. "This isn't just one organism. It's a mosaic. Dozens of species working in tandem. The light attracts insects, which bring nutrients. The fungi feed on the cave's minerals, on the bones of the dead, on each other." A droplet fell from the ceiling, landing on Lena's notebook. The page bloomed with a tiny, glowing splatter. She watched, transfixed, as the bioluminescence faded over seconds. Hale's voice softened. "They're vulnerable. A single hiker with dirty boots could introduce a foreign mold that wipes them out. A change in groundwater pH could kill the whole system." He touched his headlamp, dimming it. "Look." In the near darkness, the cave came alive. The fungi glowed brighter, their light reflecting off the wet stone in swirling patterns. The air itself seemed to shimmer, charged with an ancient, quiet energy. Lena held her breath. It was like standing inside a dying star. Then, a crunch! Hale spun, his lamp flaring to full brightness. A centipede, its segmented body iridescent in the light, froze mid-crawl near a glowing patch. Its antennae twitched as it sampled the air. "Ah," Hale murmured. "One of the thieves." The centipede moved with sudden purpose, its many legs carrying it to the fungi. It began to feed, its mandibles shearing off tiny pieces of the glowing caps. As it ate, its own body began to emit a faint, pulsating light. Lena blinked. It's stealing their bioluminescence? Borrowing? Hale corrected. The chemicals that make the fungi glow accumulate in its body. For a few hours, it'll use that light to hunt. Then it'll fade, and it'll have to come back for more. They watched in silence as the centipede finished its meal and scuttled away, its stolen glow bobbing into the darkness. Hale sighed. Everything here survives by taking from something else. The fungi steal energy from decay. The centipedes steal light from the fungi. The cave itself steals time from the outside world. He turned off his lamp again, letting the bioluminescence reclaim the space. And we are stealing knowledge, Lena finished quietly. Hale nodded. Let's make sure it's worth the cost. The cave breathed around them, its walls pulsing gently, as the light thieves went about their ancient, fragile dance. The ice had retreated, leaving the ocean vast and restless. The whales sang of the change. Their voices echoed through the dark waters, a symphony of clicks and moans that carried for miles. The pods had always followed the rhythms of the seasons, their migrations as predictable as the tides. But now, the old paths were vanishing. A matriarch, her scarred flanks bearing the marks of decades, led her pod northward. The waters here were unfamiliar, warmer, less salty, the currents shifting in ways that confused even her ancient instincts. She slowed, her massive body rolling as she scanned the depths with her song. The echoes returned strange shapes, underwater ridges that had once been buried beneath ice, new channels where glaciers had carved and collapsed. A younger female, her sleek body still unmarked by time, nudged the matriarch's side. "This is not the way," she seemed to say. The matriarch answered with a low, pulsing note. "We adapt." The pod followed her as she turned, angling toward a new current that carried the scent of krill. The ice had once barred this path, a frozen wall that even the whales could not breach. Now the way was open. The krill were thick here, their swarms shimmering like clouds in the dark water. The whales fed, their massive jaws gaping as they strained the tiny crustaceans from the sea. The younger ones twisted and rolled, their bellies full for the first time in weeks. But the matriarch did not linger. She had tasted something in the water, a bitterness, a tang of meltwater carrying minerals from the land. The ice was retreating too fast. The currents were changing too quickly. She sang again, her voice deeper this time, a lament woven with warning. The others gathered close, their songs intertwining with hers. They would remember this place, this new path. They would teach it to their calves, just as they had been taught the old ways. But the ocean was no longer the same, and the whales, keepers of the deep, sang of a world in flux. Above them the waves churned, indifferent, and beneath, in the cold and the dark, the song endured, a melody of loss and resilience carried on the changing tides. The glacier groaned. Dr. Eleanor Chen adjusted her headphones, the seismic sensors feeding a stream of data into her laptop. The sound waves painted a picture of the ice's agony, deep, resonant fractures spreading like veins through the glacier's core. She had listened to glaciers before, but never one dying this fast. Her assistant, Raph, crouched beside her on the unstable moraine, his breath fogging in the sub-zero air. "Another ice quake?" Eleanor nodded, her fingers flying over the keyboard to mark the timestamp. "Magnitude 3.2. That's the third one this hour." The glacier, once a titan of ice stretching unbroken for miles, now lay in ruin. Its surface was a shattered mosaic of crevasses and melt ponds, their turquoise waters deceptively beautiful against the white. Every few minutes, another chunk carved off the terminus with a sound like thunder, crashing into the milky grey lake below. Raph shivered, pulling his parka tighter. It's like listening to a heartbeat slowing down. Eleanor didn't answer. She was thinking of the core samples they'd drilled last week. The trapped air bubbles, the dust layers, the pollen grains preserved from a time when this ice was fresh snow. Each layer was a page in Earth's diary, and now the diary was burning. A new sound crackled through her headphones, not the deep groan of ice, but a high-pitched screech, almost metallic. She frowned. That's new. Raph leaned in. Basal sliding. Water lubricating the bedrock. Eleanor adjusted the gain, isolating the strange frequency. The sound repeated, sharper this time, like a scream muffled by miles of ice. A chill that had nothing to do with the wind crept down her spine. The glacier had secrets. She pulled up the ground-penetrating radar scans. The ice here was over a kilometer thick, its base resting on ancient sediment. But something in the data snagged her attention. An anomaly near the bedrock, a void where there shouldn't be one. There's a cavity down there, she murmured. Huge, maybe a subglacial lake we missed, or... The ice beneath them shuddered. A crevasse split open 50 meters away, its jagged maw exhaling a gust of air so old it tasted of prehistoric storms. Raph grabbed her arm as the ground tilted. We need to move, now. They scrambled back toward the safety of the rocky outcrop, just as the glacier's face collapsed. A slow-motion avalanche of ice the size of apartment buildings crashing into the lake. The wave it generated swamped their equipment, the icy water swallowing the seismic sensors whole. Silence fell, broken only by the drip of meltwater and the distant cries of gulls. Raph stared at the wreckage. There goes our data. Eleanor was still fixated on the anomaly. That scream, had it been the ice itself, or something beneath it? She thought of the mammoth carcasses emerging from thawing permafrost, of the ancient viruses waking in Siberian labs. The past wasn't just dead and buried, it was waiting. She packed up the surviving equipment, her movements mechanical. The glacier groaned again, a sound like a giant rolling over in its sleep. We'll come back tomorrow, Raph said. Eleanor zipped her bag shut. She wasn't sure there'd be anything left to study. Glaciers died quickly these days. As they hiked back to camp, the wind carried one last sound, a deep, resonant crack, like a door slamming shut far underground. The frozen echo lingered in the air long after the ice fell silent. The sun bled across the sky in streaks of gold and crimson, painting the savanna in fire. The family of Homo erectus gathered on the rocky outcrop, their dark eyes reflecting the dying light. They did not know it would be their last sunset. The eldest, a male with a brow ridge like a storm cloud, squatted near the edge, his calloused fingers testing the wind. The scent of the grasslands was thick tonight. Dry grass, the musk of distant herds, the faint tang of smoke from a lightning strike miles away. Safe, for now. Behind him, the females sorted the day's meager forage, tuberous roots, a handful of termites pried from their mound, the scavenged marrow from an antelope carcass too long dead for the meat. The children played nearby, their laughter sharp and bright, tossing pebbles into the dust. One of the younger males grunted, pointing east. The others followed his gaze. A shadow moved on the horizon. Not a lion, not a hyena, but something new, taller, stranger. Their nostrils flared, catching a scent that made the hair on their necks rise. The eldest stood, his grip tightening on his weathered spear. He had seen these newcomers before, always at a distance, their bodies lean and their movements swift. They carried fire in their hands like a stolen piece of the sun. They spoke in sounds that cut the air like knives, and they were coming closer. The females gathered the children, their voices low with warning. The eldest bared his teeth, not in aggression but in understanding. The land was changing. The herds were thinning. The newcomers were many, and his family was few. The sun dipped lower, its light gilding the savannah in fleeting gold. The eldest watched it, as he had every evening of his long life. The rhythm of day and night was the one constant in a world that shifted like the wind. The stranger's calls echoed across the plain, a language not meant for his ears. He turned his back to them, facing his family instead. With slow, deliberate movements, he sat among them, his spear across his knees. The youngest child crawled into his lap, her tiny fingers tracing the scars on his arm. He rumbled deep in his chest, a sound of comfort. The firelight, real fire, not the newcomer's trick, flickered in her wide, dark eyes. Beyond their small circle, the night gathered its strength. The stars emerged one by one, indifferent witnesses to the quiet drama below. The wind carried the scent of the strangers away, for now. The eldest exhaled, his breath mingling with the smoke. He did not know what tomorrow would bring. He did not know that his kind would vanish like mist under the sun, their bones buried so deep even the earth would forget. But tonight, there was fire. Tonight, there was family. And as the last embers of the sunset faded into darkness, Homo erectus sat beneath the endless sky, proud, unyielding, and unaware that they were already ghosts. The dawn would belong to others. The river cut through the valley like a silver scar, its currents whispering secrets to the stones. Overhead the sky hung low and heavy, pregnant with the promise of rain. Dr. Elias Marin knelt at the water's edge, his fingers tracing the sediment layers exposed by the bank's erosion. Each stripe of earth was a page in a story older than civilization. "Look at this," he murmured, brushing away loose soil to reveal a band of dark, peaty material. "This layer is from the last glacial maximum. 20,000 years ago, this valley was buried under ice." His student, Priya, crouched beside him, her notebook already open. "And this?" She pointed to a lighter stratum above it, studded with tiny shells. Post-glacial warming, the ice retreated, and the river carried debris from the melting glaciers, ground-up rock, silt, the remains of plants and animals that couldn't adapt. Elias dug deeper, exposing a layer of charcoal-black soil. "And here, fire, probably from human activity. See how it's concentrated?" The river murmured past them, its waters opaque with the silt of centuries. It had carved this valley, reshaped it with every flood, every drought. Its bed was a graveyard of lost worlds, pollen from extinct plants, the bones of creatures that had vanished with the ice, the microscopic shells of algae that had bloomed and died in forgotten summers. Priya frowned. "But the layers aren't uniform. Some are thick, some are barely there." Elias nodded. "Because the river remembers chaos. A single catastrophic flood can deposit meters of sediment in days. A quiet century might leave only a whisper." He gestured upstream, where the river curved out of sight. "This water has seen droughts that lasted generations, storms that reshaped continents. It remembers the mammoths that drank from it, the first humans who followed its course, the factories that poisoned it 200 years ago." A gust of wind stirred the trees along the bank, sending a shower of yellow leaves spinning into the water. The river took them without complaint, folding them into its slow, patient journey to the sea. Priya chewed her pen. "Do you think it knows what's coming?" Elias didn't answer right away. He was staring at the topmost layer, a thin, unnatural stripe of plastic fragments and chemical residues. The mark of the Anthropocene. "The river doesn't care," he said at last. It will keep flowing, keep carving, keep remembering long after we're gone. It's seen empires rise and fall. It'll see ours fall too. A raindrop struck his cheek, then another. The storm was beginning. As they packed their tools, the river chuckled over its stones, its voice the same as it had been when the glaciers first retreated. The water was high today, but it would drop again. The banks would erode, new layers would form. And the river, eternal witness, would remember this moment too. Two small figures on its shore, trying to read the past in its skin while the future rushed toward them, unseen and inevitable. The rain fell harder, and the river, as it always had, carried the memories away. The sea had forgotten how to breathe. Where once the waters teemed with life, schools of fish like liquid silver, coral reefs pulsing with colour, the great whales singing in the depths. Now there was only stillness. The ocean's surface lay flat and glassy, reflecting the pale sky like a mirror. No gulls wheeled above it. No dolphins broke its surface. Dr. Naomi Kwan adjusted her oxygen mask, the rebreather hissing softly as she descended through the lifeless water. Her dive light cut a narrow beam through the gloom, illuminating a graveyard. The coral below was bleached white, its skeletal fingers frozen in silent agony. Fish floated belly up, their eyes milky, their gills flared wide as if gasping for air that would never come. A sea turtle lay half-buried in the silt, its shell picked clean by scavengers that had since vanished. Her comm crackled. "Naomi, you've got 10 minutes at this depth. The anoxia is spreading." Asterisk, she didn't answer. Her fingers brushed a strand of kelp, its fronds limp and decaying. This had been a nursery once, a thriving forest where life began. Now it was a tomb. The ocean's breath had been stolen by the warming waters. As temperatures rose, the sea's ability to hold oxygen dwindled. Currents that once mixed the depths, bringing life-giving air to the abyss, had slowed to a crawl. The result was a suffocating embrace, a slow strangulation of everything that called these waters home. A shape loomed in the murk, a whale, its massive body suspended in the water column. Naomi's breath hitched. It was a blue, the largest creature ever to live, now reduced to a ghost in its own domain. Its mouth hung open, its baleen still straining for the krill that had long since vanished. Its eye, clouded in death, seemed to watch her as she drifted past. 5 minutes, Naomi. Asterisk, she kicked deeper, against protocol, against sense. The beam of her light trembled over the seabed, revealing a mosaic of death. Starfish curled into brittle knots, anemones melted into gelatinous puddles, the spiral shells of nautiluses vacant and still. And then, movement. A lone jellyfish pulsed through the gloom, its translucent body glowing faintly in her light. It moved with eerie grace, untroubled by the suffocating waters. Naomi reached out, her gloved fingers hovering just shy of its trailing tendrils. Of course, the jellies would inherit the ocean. They needed little oxygen, thrived in the warming seas. While the complex creatures perished, the simple endured. Her comm shrieked a warning. "Naomi, ascend now. Your O2 is—" She turned away from the jellyfish, her fins stirring up a cloud of silt. As she rose, the corpses of the ocean's children watched her go, the last witness to their silent, breathless end. Breaking the surface was like waking from a nightmare. The sky was too bright, the air too sharp in her lungs. The research vessel loomed above her, its hull groaning against the lifeless waves. Hands hauled her onto the deck, peeled the mask from her face. The team's faces were grim. "Well?" asked Captain Voss. Naomi spat out the taste of dead water. "It's over. The entire shelf is dead." The crew exchanged glances. Another data point in the planet's unraveling. Another ecosystem lost. Voss sighed. "We'll take core samples. Document the extinction event." Naomi stared at the flat, featureless sea. Somewhere below, the jellyfish drifted, its slow pulse the only heartbeat left in the breathless ocean. And the fossils of this massacre were already forming, layer upon layer of silent bones, waiting for some future intelligence to wonder what had gone wrong. She turned away. The ocean had forgotten how to breathe, and soon, so would they. The amber was warm in Dr. Leora Vasquez's palm, its golden depths holding a secret, frozen for 40 million years. She tilted it toward the light, and the trapped insect within seemed to glow. A beetle no larger than her thumbnail, its carapace perfectly preserved, its delicate legs forever suspended mid-crawl. "Look closer," she murmured, passing the amber to her assistant, Felix. He squinted, adjusting the magnifying glass. The beetle's back was unusually textured, its surface pitted with microscopic grooves. "Are those pores?" Leora nodded, pulling up the electron microscope images on her screen. "Not just pores, symbiotic structures. See how they align with the fungal hyphae preserved alongside it?" She zoomed in further, revealing a lattice of filaments fused to the beetle's exoskeleton. This wasn't just a host, it was a partner. The lab hummed around them, the scent of resin and cleaning alcohol thick in the air. The amber fragment had been unearthed from a Baltic deposit, one of thousands recovered by miners sifting through ancient seabeds. But this one was different. Felix exhaled sharply. The fungus grew into its shell, like armor. "Or a battery," Leora corrected. She tapped the screen, highlighting the intricate network of channels. "We think the beetle provided mobility, foraging for nutrients the fungus couldn't reach. In return, the fungus metabolized toxins, maybe even helped regulate the beetle's temperature. A perfect feedback loop." She leaned back, staring at the fossil. The beetle's mandibles were parted as if frozen mid-click, its antennae slightly curled. It had lived and died in a world of towering ferns and creeping mists, an ecosystem lost to time. And yet, here it was, a masterwork of coevolution, preserved by chance and tree sap. Felix frowned. "Why don't we see this now? Beetles and fungi still coexist, but nothing this integrated." Leora's thumb traced the amber's smooth surface. Because the world changed. The rules shifted. What worked then wouldn't work now. She thought of the countless symbiotic relationships that had vanished unnoticed, outcompeted, or rendered obsolete. Evolution was a relentless editor, cutting entire chapters from life's manuscript. A knock at the lab door broke her reverie. Dr. Hale from the mycology department peered in, his glasses fogged from the humid specimen room. "You've seen the news?" Leora blinked. "What news?" Hale tossed a tablet onto the desk. The headline glared. "Arctic permafrost thaw uncovers prehistoric fungal colony, still viable." Felix whistled. "How old?" "At least 200,000 years," Hale said. "And it's got everyone panicking. But you—" He pointed to Leora's amber. "You might have the key to understanding it." Leora's pulse quickened. She looked at the beetle again, its fungal armor shimmering under the microscope's gaze. Evolution had written the blueprint for symbiosis long before humans walked the earth. And now, as the permafrost surrendered its ghosts, those old alliances were stirring. "We'll need to sequence both," she said quietly. "The past has answers. We just have to listen." Outside, the wind rattled the lab windows, carrying the scent of rain and distant soil. And in the amber's golden prison, the clockwork beetle waited, its secrets ticking softly through the eons. The first snows came early, and with them, silence. The land, stripped bare by unrelenting winds and a summer that had never truly warmed, offered little. The reindeer herds had vanished into the north, their trails lost under drifts. The rivers froze solid by mid-autumn, their fish locked beneath ice too thick to crack. Even the birds had fled, their songs replaced by the creak of branches in the cold. Tarek's breath fogged the air as he surveyed the empty valley. His people had survived harsh winters before, but this was different. The hunger had already gnawed at their bones, hollowing cheeks and dulling eyes. The children no longer laughed as they gathered firewood. Their movements were slow, their voices thin. "We must go south," whispered Elin, his fingers trembling where they gripped his spear. "The herds won't return." Tarek shook his head. "The lowlands are no better. The clans there are starving too. They'll kill us before they share their scraps." A gust of wind howled through the camp, rattling the hides stretched over their shelters. The fire, fed by the last of the dry wood, spat weakly against the gathering dark. Leora, the eldest of the women, knelt by the flames, grinding a paste of lichen and dried moss between stones. It was bitter, near poisonous, but it filled the belly when nothing else could be found. "The old stories speak of winters like this," she murmured, "when the sun hid its face for years, and the earth forgot warmth." Tarek clenched his fists. Stories wouldn't feed them. That night, as the cold seeped into their bones, the clan gathered close. The shaman, her face painted with ash, lifted a bundle of bones, carved with symbols of beasts and stars, and cast them onto the frozen ground. They clattered like teeth. "The spirits demand a change," she intoned, her voice rasping. "We cannot live as we have. The land will not allow it." A murmur rippled through the group. Change. The word was dangerous. Their ways were ancient, tested by generations. To abandon them was to risk the wrath of ancestors. But the children were starving. By dawn, the decision was made. Tarek led the hunters not toward the barren tundra, but to the edges of the black spruce forest, where the trees grew gnarled and thick. Here, beneath the snow, lay a secret: the frozen caches of squirrels, stuffed with seeds and mushrooms. It was theft, but survival had no room for pride. The women and children scraped bark from birches, boiling it into a thin, starchy broth. Others dug where the snow was thinnest, seeking the stringy roots of dormant plants. And the shaman? She walked alone to the ice-locked river, where the fish slept beneath their glassy coffin. With a bone chisel she began to carve, not for food, but for something deeper. A new prayer. A plea to the spirits of this unforgiving world. When the first fish gasped at the surface, its gills flaring in the sudden air, the clan took it as a sign. They would not die as they had lived. The hunger winter had teeth, but so did they. And in the long dark, as the wind screamed and the earth held its breath, the people learned a terrible truth. Adaptation was not surrender. It was defiance. The standing stone rose from the earth like a finger pointing to the heavens, its surface pitted by wind and rain, its edges softened by centuries of patient erosion. It stood alone in the clearing, encircled by nothing but the whispering grass and the occasional scuttling of insects seeking shelter in its cracks. Cale ran his fingers along the grooves carved into the stone's surface, spirals and interlocking lines, their meaning lost to time. The markings were faint now, worn down by generations of storms, but their presence was undeniable. Someone had stood here, long ago, and left their mark upon the world? "Do you think they knew?" his sister Yara asked, crouching to examine the base of the monolith. Her fingers traced the moss clinging to its base, the only living thing that dared to embrace the stone. "Knew what?" Kyle frowned, stepping back to take in the full height of the sentinel. "That no one would remember them." Yara stood, brushing dirt from her knees. That their names, their stories, would fade like these carvings. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of distant rain. The stone remained silent, as it had for centuries. It had watched as glaciers retreated, as forests grew and burned and grew again, as the first humans passed beneath its shadow and vanished into the annals of time. Kyle pressed his palm flat against the stone's surface. The rock was cool despite the afternoon sun, as if it still held the memory of winter deep within its heart. Maybe it wasn't about being remembered. He mused. Maybe it was about speaking to something bigger than themselves. Yara tilted her head. Like the gods? Or the land, the sky, the things that outlast us? A bird cried overhead, its wings dark against the clouds. The stone's shadow stretched long across the grass, a sundial marking hours no one kept anymore. Yara reached into her pouch and withdrew a small offering, a handful of dried juniper berries, fragrant and sharp. She placed them at the base of the stone, pressing them gently into the soil. "Then let's speak back," she said softly. For a moment, the wind stilled. The world held its breath. And then, as if in answer, the first drops of rain began to fall, striking the ancient stone like whispers from the past. Cale smiled. "They're listening." And the sentinel stood, unmoved and unmoving, as the rain washed the dust of ages from its skin. The dunes spoke in tongues older than words. Cale stood at the crest of the tallest ridge, his boots sinking into sand still warm from the day's sun. The wind was restless tonight, gusting in unpredictable bursts, carving sinuous patterns across the desert's face. Each grain it carried whispered against the next, a chorus of infinitesimal collisions that built into something vast and murmurous, a language without vowels, a story written in motion. Behind him, the research station's lights were a feeble glow against the dark. The team had spent weeks mapping the dunes' migration, tracking their slow conquest of the grasslands. But Cale wasn't thinking of data points now. He was listening. The wind swirled around his ankles, lifting tendrils of sand that coiled like living things before dissipating. A dune's shape, he'd learned, was a record of every gust that had shaped it. The steep slip face betraying the prevailing wind's direction, the ripples on its surface a cipher of more recent breezes. The desert remembered. A sharp gust stung his cheeks with sand. He turned his face away, and in that moment heard it, a low harmonic hum vibrating through the dune beneath his feet. The sound rose and fell, oscillating as the wind funneled between the grains just so. Singing sands. The Bedouin had legends about dunes that wailed like ghosts, warnings buried in their song. Scientists called it a natural phenomenon, specific grain sizes, specific humidity levels. But standing here, with the desert's voice thrumming in his bones, Cale understood why the ancients had heard spirits in the wind. The sound shifted, the pitch sliding upward into something almost melodic. He glanced east, where the moon hung low and heavy. The dune's slip face glowed silver in its light, a frozen wave about to break. Then, a flicker of movement. At first he thought it a trick of the shadows. But no, something stirred beneath the sand surface, a subtle undulation like a muscle flexing. The wind redoubled, scouring the dune's crest, and for a heartbeat, the entire ridge seemed to breathe. Cale stumbled back, his pulse rabbiting in his throat. The desert was alive tonight in ways his instruments couldn't measure. The wind died as suddenly as it had risen. The singing ceased. The dune lay still once more, its secrets swallowed by the night. In the distance, a coyote yipped, its voice swallowed by the waiting silence. Kyle exhaled, his breath fogging the air. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the small vial he always carried, sand collected from every field site, layered like geologic strata. With careful fingers, he added a pinch from this dune, this moment, to the top. The wind stirred again, gentler now, carrying the scent of sage and distant rain. It tugged at his sleeves, his hair, as if curious about this human who paused to listen. He smiled, and when he turned back towards the station, the dunes whispered at his back, not in farewell, but in invitation. The desert had stories yet to tell, and the wind, eternal scribe, was never silent. The glacier wept as it died. Rivulets of meltwater carved delicate veins through the ice, pooling in cerulean hollows before cascading down the glacier's fractured face. Dr. Elias Varga adjusted his crampons, the steel teeth biting into the slick surface as he led the team toward the anomaly. "It's just ahead," called Anya, her voice muffled by the scarf wrapped tight against the biting wind. She pointed to a dark smudge in the ice, a shadow that didn't belong. Elias's breath hitched. The shape was too straight, too angular to be natural. As they drew closer, the ice's clarity revealed the truth. A ship. Not modern, not even close. The vessel lay entombed in the glacier's heart, its prow jutting forward as if still cutting through some long-vanished sea. The wood, preserved by the ice's embrace, gleamed dark as old blood. Intricate carvings coiled along its sides, serpents intertwined with knotted waves, their mouths agape in silent roars. A Viking longship, lost to time and frost. "God in heaven," whispered Marco, the team's youngest. He reached out, his gloved fingers hovering just above the ice. "How old is it?" Elias crouched, studying the layers of ice encasing the ship. 1,000 years, maybe more. The glacier had been growing then, swallowing the land, and this ship, whole. Now, in its death throes, it was giving up its secrets. Anya was already setting up the thermal drill. "We'll need to core around it. If we can melt a path to the deck—" "No." Elias's voice was sharper than he intended. He softened it. "Not yet. We document first, every carving, every nail. The ice has kept it this long, it can wait a little longer." The team worked in hushed reverence, lasers scanning the ship's contours, cameras capturing every detail. The vessel was perfectly preserved, rigging still taut, shields slung along the rails, even the faded stripes of its sail faintly visible beneath a glaze of ice. It was a snapshot of a moment frozen in time, a funeral without burial. Then Marco gasped. "There's someone aboard." Elias followed his gaze. At the ship's stern, a figure sat slumped against the mast, its outline blurred by layers of ice, but unmistakably human. The glint of a helmet, the curve of a fur-lined cloak, a sentinel in a tomb of his own making. Anya's drill whirred to life, its heat beginning to bite into the ice. "We'll get to him," she said. Elias didn't answer. He was staring at the ship's prow, where the carving of a great serpent coiled. Its eye, inlaid with what might have been amber, seemed to watch him across the centuries. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of salt and pine. Impossible this far inland, unless the ice remembered the sea the ship had once sailed. Elias exhaled slowly. Keep the drills away from the hull. We don't know how stable. A crack like thunder split the air. The glacier shuddered beneath them. Back! Elias grabbed Marco's arm, yanking him away as a fissure zigzagged through the ice, swallowing Anya's drill whole. The ship groaned, its timbers protesting after a millennium of stillness. For one heart-stopping moment, the long ship seemed to sway, as if caught on an unseen current. Then the ice settled. The groaning ceased. Silence. Marco's hands trembled. Did it just... Elias stared at the ship, at the figure still motionless at its post. The serpent's amber eye glinted, catching the weak Arctic sun. The glacier had held its prize for 1,000 years. It wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. Pack up, Elias said quietly. We'll come back when the ice is weaker. As they retreated, the wind rose again, howling through the ship's rigging like a ghostly crew, and the longship, patient in its grave, waited for the sea to claim it once more. The tundra remembers. Beneath the endless twilight of the Arctic summer, the wind stirs the dry grass where mammoths once walked. Their bones lie buried in the permafrost, tusks jutting from thawing riverbanks like the ribs of the earth itself. The air is thick with the scent of wet earth and ancient rot, a requiem for giants. A lone researcher, Dr. Ilza Markov, kneels in the mud, her fingers brushing the curve of a mammoth's molar half exposed in the bank. The enamel is ridged, yellowed with age, but still sharp enough to draw blood. She imagines the beast it belonged to, shaggy and immense, its breath steaming in the cold air as it ground tough grasses between these very teeth. Somewhere above, a snow bramble sings, its melody thin and sweet. Ilsa closes her eyes. The mammoths had songs too, once. Low, rumbling vibrations that travelled through the ground, felt more than heard. The earth had been their chorus, their lullaby. Now only silence. She digs deeper, careful not to disturb the fragile sediment. The permafrost is thawing faster than predicted, surrendering its dead in heaps, a rib here, a vertebra there, a tusk, splintered by time, lying like a fallen tree across the bank. Her radio crackles. Ilsa, we've got another one, upstream, almost intact. The words send a shiver down her spine. Almost intact. That meant flesh. Hair. Perhaps even blood, locked in frozen veins. The mammoth is waiting for her when she arrives, its massive body slumped in the mud as if it had lain down for a nap and never risen. Its fur is matted with ice, its trunk curled against its chest. The tusks, though stained, are magnificent, great curved sabers of ivory that had once uprooted trees and scraped snow from the ground. Ilsa exhales, her breath fogging in the air. How long? Her assistant, Emil, adjusts the thermal scanner. 40,000 years, give or take a millennium. 40,000 years. The mammoth had walked this land when glaciers still ruled, when humans were newcomers with spears and fire. It had breathed this air, felt this wind, and then gone. She reaches out, gloved fingers tracing the frozen hide. The mammoth's eye is closed, its lashes dusted with frost. It looks peaceful, as if dreaming. Emil clears his throat. We should extract the DNA before the thaw damages it. Ilsa nods, but her hands hesitate. There's something sacred in this moment, something that feels like trespassing. The mammoth had died alone, its herd long vanished, its world ending around it. And now they would take what little remained, stitch its genes into elephants, play gods with its ghost. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of distant rain. The snow bramble sings again. Ilsa presses her palm to the mammoth's flank, just once, a farewell, a promise. Then she steps back and unzips the sample kit. The tundra remembers. But the living must move forward. And somewhere, in the quiet between heartbeats, the mammoth's lullaby hums beneath the earth. One last vibration, fading into time. The lake was dying. Its surface, once clear enough to see the pebbles lining its bed, now shimmered with an oily, iridescent sheen. Tendrils of algae spiraled through the water, their dark filaments coiling like smoke in the still air. Along the shore, the reeds stood stiff and brittle, their stems choked with thick, black mats of decaying plant matter. The scent of rot hung heavy, a cloying metallic tang that made the back of Dr. Elias Marin's throat burn. He knelt at the water's edge, gloved fingers skimming the surface. The algae clung to his gloves in viscous strands, its texture somewhere between slime and gelatin. Under the midday sun, the bloom pulsed with a sinister vitality, its dark veins spreading visibly outward, inch by inch. "It's accelerating," murmured Anya, his field assistant. She held a sample jar up to the light, swirling the murky water inside. Tiny black particles swirled like storm clouds in the glass. "This wasn't here last week." Elias didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the lake's center, where the algae had formed a dense, swirling mass. Beneath it, the water was anoxic, a dead zone where nothing could survive. He'd seen this before, in other post-glacial lakes, but never this fast, never this hungry. "Test the pH," he said quietly. Anya dipped a probe into the water. The digital readout flickered, then settled on a number that made her inhale sharply. 3rd August, it's practically acid. Elias exhaled through his nose. The lake, formed by meltwater from the retreating glaciers, had been pristine just decades ago, but the permafrost beneath it was thawing, releasing ancient nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, locked in the ice for millennia. The algae, dormant for centuries, had awakened to a feast. And now it was consuming everything. A fish floated belly up near the shore, its gills clogged with black filaments. Elias nudged it with a stick. The flesh beneath was pocked with lesions, the scales sloughing off like dead skin. "Sulfides," Anya muttered, jotting notes. "The decay's releasing hydrogen sulfide. That's what's killing them." But Elias was looking past the fish, to the shallows where the lake bed was visible beneath the murk. The pebbles there were no longer grey. They were green, coated in a fine, luminous patina. Cyanobacteria, older than the algae, older than the lake itself. Anya followed his gaze. "Oh God, is that—" "A mat," Elias finished. "Primordial. It's been under the ice for millions of years." The implications settled over them like a shroud. This wasn't just a bloom. It was an invasion, a resurgence of life from a time when the earth was young and harsh, and oxygen was a poison. A breeze stirred the water, carrying the scent of something older than decay. Something alive. Elias straightened, peeling off his gloves. "Seal the samples, double-bag them. We need to get back to the lab." Anya didn't argue. They both knew what this meant. The black bloom wasn't just choking the lake. It was rewriting the rules. And the world, already unbalanced, was tipping further. Overhead, the sun glared down, indifferent. And in the depths, the ancient mat stirred. Awake, aware, and hungry. The wind carried the song across the valley, a low, haunting melody that seemed to rise from the earth itself. Dr. Ilara Voss paused mid-step, her trowel hovering over the excavation site. The sound was faint, almost swallowed by the rustling of the grass, but unmistakable. A flute. Her team had uncovered the artifact that morning, buried in the grave of a child who had died 12,000 years ago. The flute was small, carved from the hollow wing bone of a crane, its surface etched with delicate spirals. Time had stained it the color of old ivory, but the craftsmanship was pristine. 5 finger holes, each precisely placed to catch the breath just so. And now, impossibly, it was singing again. Ilara turned. Her assistant, Leo, stood a few meters away, the flute pressed to his lips. His cheeks hollowed as he blew gently into the bone, his fingers dancing over the holes. The notes that emerged were thin and reedy, but achingly clear, a melody older than cities, older than writing, older than the very soil beneath their feet. "Leo," she whispered, afraid to break the spell. He lowered the flute, his eyes wide. "It still works." The team gathered around, their faces a mix of awe and unease. The grave had been simple, a shallow pit lined with flowers long turned to dust, the child curled on its side as if sleeping. The flute had rested in its tiny hands, a final gift for the journey into whatever afterlife its people believed in. Ilara took the flute from Leo, her fingers trembling. She lifted it to her lips and blew. The sound that emerged was different, deeper, richer, as if the bone remembered the crane it had once been, the wind rushing through hollow wings. The melody came unbidden, her fingers finding the holes as if guided by memory. The notes spiraled upward, a lament for the dead, a hymn for the living. For a moment the valley held its breath. Then the wind shifted, carrying the song away over the hills, where the ghosts of mammoths and hunters might still linger. Leo exhaled sharply. "Do you think that's how it sounded, back then?" Ilara ran her thumb over the flute's carvings. The spirals weren't just decoration. They were a map, a story, a prayer. "Close enough," she murmured. The child had been buried with music. Not with weapons, not with gold, but with the means to create beauty. That meant something. She placed the flute back in its case, next to the tiny bones of the hands that had once held it. The past was not so far away after all, and music, it seemed, was a bridge even death could not silence. The team packed up in silence, the echoes of the bone flute lingering in the air like a farewell. And high above, a crane called out, its cry the same as it had been when the world was young. The shaman did not look like a man who had slept for 8,000 years. His face was serene, his skin darkened but not decayed, his lips slightly parted as if caught mid-whisper. He sat cross-legged in the hollow of ice, his hands resting on his knees, palms upturned. Around his shoulders lay a cloak of wolf fur, the pelt still thick and glossy. But it was his eyes that held Dr. Anya Petrov captive, sewn shut with sinew thread, the lids slightly sunken, as if whatever lay beneath had long since turned to dust. "Don't touch him yet," Elias warned, adjusting the thermal scanner. The ice around the shaman's body was melting faster than the surrounding permafrost, creating a small, shimmering pool at his knees. "The preservation is too perfect. One wrong move and he could crumble." Anya nodded, her breath fogging in the cold air. The discovery had been accidental. A team of geologists drilling for ice cores had hit an air pocket, their borehole camera revealing the hollow where the shaman sat, untouched by time. Now, under the harsh lights of the research tent, he looked less like a corpse and more like a visitor from another age, waiting patiently to be acknowledged. Leo, their anthropologist, leaned in, his gloved hands hovering over the shaman's chest. "Look at this." He pointed to the necklace of carved bones resting against the man's sternum. Tiny replicas of animals, each no larger than a thumbnail. A mammoth, a wolf, a bird with outstretched wings. Spirit guides, Leo murmured. He was a bridge between worlds. Anya carefully lifted the edge of the shaman's cloak, revealing a bundle of dried herbs tucked beneath. The scent, though faint, was unmistakable. Sage and something earthier, perhaps mushrooms, a ritual offering, or medicine for the journey ahead. Then she saw the tattoos. They spiraled up the shaman's arms, dark blue against his leathery skin, swirling patterns of lines and dots that matched the carvings found on standing stones across the tundra. A language of symbols, a map of the unseen. Elias exhaled sharply. This changes everything. We thought those markings were territorial, or maybe lunar calendars, but they're his, a personal scripture. Anya's fingers itched to take samples, to peel back the layers of time with scalpels and centrifuges. But something stopped her, the quiet dignity in the shaman's posture, the deliberate way he had been placed here, as if waiting to deliver a message. Her radio crackled. Storm's moving in. We need to extract now, or wait another week. Leo straightened. We can't move him, not yet. The ice is his preservation. Once we take him out, he decays. Anya finished. She looked at the shaman's face again, at the knowing curve of his mouth. Had he foreseen this moment? Had his people buried him here, in this secret chamber, knowing the ice would keep him until the world was ready to listen? Outside the wind howled, shaking the tent walls. The permafrost groaned, its frozen heart cracking under the weight of the changing climate. Anya made her decision. Document everything. Photographs, scans, nothing invasive. Then we seal the chamber and monitor. Elias frowned. The university will want... The university can wait, she said firmly. This isn't just a specimen. He's a keeper of stories, and we owe him the dignity of choosing when to speak. As they packed their equipment, Anya lingered, her gloved hand resting near the shaman's. The ice around him glowed faintly in the lantern light, a cocoon of ancient cold. Some secrets weren't meant to be torn from the earth. Some truths needed to thaw in their own time. And the prophet, patient in his frozen sanctuary, kept his silence. For now, the sun had not risen in months. Beneath the endless twilight of the polar night, the land belonged to those who thrived in shadows. Their eyes gleamed in the half-light, their breath curling like smoke in the frigid air as they moved through the snow-laden silence. The wolves came first. A pack of 7, their coats thick and pale as the snow itself, loped across the frozen tundra. Their paws left shallow prints, their bodies lean but strong from weeks of hunting in the dark. The alpha female led them, her ears pricked forward, her golden eyes scanning the gloom. The caribou herds had migrated south, leaving only the sick and the slow behind. The wolves would find them. They always did. A mile to the east, another hunter watched. The snowy owl perched atop a weathered spruce, its feathers ruffled against the cold. It had no need of daylight. Its black eyes could pierce the darkness, spotting the slightest movement in the snow below. Its head swiveled, scanning. Then, with a soundless beat of its wings, it dropped from the branch, plummeting like a ghost toward the unsuspecting lemming that had ventured too far from its burrow. Talons struck. The owl rose again, its prize clutched tight. Deeper in the forest, where the trees grew dense and the wind's bite was blunted, the wolverine moved like a shadow. Low to the ground, its fur matted with frost, it sniffed at the base of a fallen pine. Beneath the roots, something stirred, a hare, half-starved, its ribs sharp beneath its pelt. The wolverine dug, claws scraping against frozen earth. The hare bolted, but not fast enough. And then there were the foxes. Their coats were winter white, their steps silent as they wove through the underbrush. They did not hunt alone. A vixen and her mate worked in tandem, herding a ptarmigan into a narrow gully where escape was impossible. The bird flapped, desperate, but the foxes were quicker. A snap of jaws, a flurry of feathers, and the night's meal was secured. The darkness did not frighten these hunters. It was their ally, their cloak. While the world above slept beneath its blanket of snow, they ruled the long night, their instincts honed by generations of scarcity. But even they were not the most patient of the dusk hunters. Beneath the ice, in the black and frigid waters of the frozen lake, the pike waited. It had not eaten in weeks. It did not need to. Its metabolism had slowed to a crawl, its body conserving every ounce of energy. But it sensed the vibrations above, the faint tremors of a hare venturing too close to the thin ice at the lake's edge. The pike did not move. Not yet. Then a crack. The ice gave way. The hare plunged into the water, its limbs flailing. The pike struck. The night swallowed the struggle whole. By dawn, though no dawn would come for months yet, the hunters would rest. Their bellies full, their energy preserved, they would retreat to dens and hollows, to the shelter of spruce boughs and snowdrifts, and the land, silent and white, would keep their secrets, until the next hunt began. The estuary had been sweet once. Mara remembered it, the way the river met the sea in a shimmering dance of fresh and salt, the reeds thick with nesting birds, the water clear enough to see the darting silver of fish beneath the surface. She had gathered mussels here as a child, their shells pearlescent in the morning light. Now the water was a sickly grey. She knelt at the edge, her fingers trailing through the sluggish current. The silt clung to her skin, gritty and unfamiliar. When she lifted her hand to her lips, the taste was wrong. Not the clean mineral tang of the mountains, but a briny thickness that made her spit. "They say it's worse upstream," Kyle said behind her, his voice low. He pointed to where the river curved inland toward the villages that depended on its flow. "The wells near Bracken Hollow taste like the tide, even at high ground." Mara frowned. Bracken Hollow was miles from the sea. If the salt had reached that far... She stood, wiping her hand on her trousers. The wind carried the scent of rotting seaweed, a stench that hadn't lingered here in her grandmother's time. The ocean was creeping in, its fingers slipping further up the river with each passing season. The storms didn't help. Each surge pushed the salt water deeper, poisoning the roots of the crops, choking the life from the soil. A heron landed awkwardly nearby, its long legs sinking into the mud. It pecked at something, a crab, perhaps, then tossed its head back with a displeased croak before taking flight again. Even the birds knew the balance was off. Kyle crouched, digging a shallow hole near the water's edge. The earth was damp, but the water that seeped into the depression was cloudy. He dipped a finger in, then grimaced. "It's brackish already. Another year, maybe 2, and the whole water table will be undrinkable." Mara looked at the baskets of wilted greens they'd gathered further inland. The leaves were edged with yellow, their growth stunted by the salt leaching into the soil. The grain fields hadn't fared much better. Stalks that should have stood tall by now were shriveled, their heads empty. "The elders won't move," Cale said quietly. "They say the land will recover." Mara kicked at a clump of dead reeds. They snapped like dry bones. "The land is dying, Cale, and we will too if we stay." A shadow passed over them, not a cloud, but a flock of geese flying inland, their formation ragged. Even the migratory birds were altering their paths, seeking fresh water where they could find it. Cale sighed, straightening. "Where would we go?" Mara turned her gaze north, toward the high valleys where the glaciers still clung to the mountains. where the rivers begin," she said, "before the sea can reach them." The wind shifted, carrying the taste of salt to their lips once more, and the estuary, once sweet, whispered its sorrow in the language of the tides. The land bridge was vanishing. Day by day, the rising tides gnawed at the narrow strip of earth that had once connected continents, its shores crumbling like sand castles beneath the waves. For millennia, it had been a highway for life. Great herds of mammoths, swift-footed caribou, and the humans who followed them had all crossed its breadth, their footsteps weaving a tapestry of migration. Now the sea reclaimed what it had once surrendered. On the last remaining promontory, a lone wolf stood silhouetted against the dawn. His coat was thick, his muzzle streaked with grey, his golden eyes fixed on the distant shore. The pack had crossed weeks ago, driven by the scent of caribou and the instinct to follow the herds. But he had lingered, as if waiting for something, or someone. The wind carried the salt scent of the encroaching tide, the tang of seaweed and wet stone. Beneath his paws the earth trembled, not with the footfalls of prey, but with the groan of collapsing cliffs. The bridge was dying. A sound made his ears twitch. From the mist-shrouded forest behind him emerged a figure, a woman, her cloak woven of reeds and wolf pelts, her dark hair streaked with ash. She moved like a shadow, her feet bare against the cold earth. The wolf did not flee. He had seen her before, in the quiet moments between hunts, when the world held its breath. She knelt beside him, her fingers brushing the soil. "They're gone," she murmured, as if he could understand. "The last of the hunters crossed before the ice broke." The wolf exhaled, his breath fogging the air. He had known somehow that the two-legged creatures would not return this way. Their paths had diverged. The woman reached into her pouch, withdrawing a small bundle of dried meat. She offered it to the wolf, her palm flat. He hesitated, then took it gently, his teeth barely grazing her skin. "You should go," she said, nodding towards the far shore. "The sea won't wait." As if in answer, a section of the cliff behind them gave way, sliding into the churning water with a roar. The bridge was narrowing by the hour. The wolf stood, shaking the frost from his coat. He cast one last look at the woman, his gaze unreadable. Then he turned and loped toward the vanishing land bridge, his paws sure on the unstable ground. The woman watched him go, her hands clenched at her sides. When he reached the midpoint, where the waves lapped hungrily at the earth, he paused. For a heartbeat, he looked back, not at her, but at the land itself. The forests where his pack had denned, the rivers where he had drunk, the caves where the two-legged ones had painted their stories on stone. Then the wolf ran, his body a blur of grey against the dawn, as the last of the bridge crumbled behind him. The woman stood alone on the shrinking shore, the wind tugging at her cloak. The sea had won. The way was closed. And the world divided would never be the same again. Somewhere beyond the mist, the wolf howled, a sound like a door closing, like a thread snapping. The woman answered with a song of her own, her voice swallowed by the waves. And the sky, vast and indifferent, arched over them all. The moss grew in whispers. It clung to the north-facing bark of the birches, a velvet-green smudge against the pale wood, its tiny fronds curling toward some unseen pull. To the untrained eye, it was just another humble plant, another thread in the tapestry of the forest. But to those who knew how to look, it was a map. Cale crouched beside the oldest birch in the grove, his fingers tracing the moss's growth. The pattern was unmistakable, thicker on one side, sparse on the other, a living arrow pointing true north. The elders called it Wayfinder's Beard. though the scientists who sometimes wandered this far into the tundra had fancier names for it. Bryoria fremonti, a lichen attuned to the Earth's magnetic fields. "It's stronger here," he murmured, more to himself than to the girl beside him. Lena, barely 12 but sharp as a flint edge, leaned in. "Because of the iron in the rocks." Kyle nodded. The birch stood atop an outcrop of magnetite, its roots gripping the mineral-rich soil. The moss knew. It always knew. He plucked a single strand, holding it up to the weak sunlight. The moss trembled in the breeze, its fibers aligning as if tugged by invisible hands. For generations, his people had followed these silent guides, moss on the north side of trees, the slant of branches, the way certain flowers turned their faces to the sun. The land spoke, if you knew how to listen. Lena chewed her lip. The caribou herds are moving differently this year. The old trails are buried under new growth. Kyle tucked the moss strand into his pouch. The world was shifting. The permafrost thawed, the rivers changed course, and the stars themselves seemed restless in their ancient paths. But the moss still pointed north. "Then we follow new trails," he said, standing. A wind stirred the birches, carrying the scent of distant rain. Somewhere beyond the tree line, a river chuckled over stones, its voice unchanged for millennia. Lena adjusted her pack, her eyes on the horizon. What if the moss stops growing? Kyle didn't answer right away. He was watching a ptarmigan burst from the underbrush, its wings beating hard against the crisp air. The bird knew its way, just as the caribou did, just as the moss did. The earth remembered. "Then we learned to read something else," he said at last. They walked on, the compass moss quiet in its pouch, its silent song humming against Kyle's hip. And the birches, keepers of secrets, watched them go. The tree had been old when the first glaciers retreated. Its rings told the story. Tight, crowded bands from years of unrelenting cold, then wider swaths as the world warmed and the growing seasons stretched. Dr. Eleanor Chen ran her fingers along the cross-section, her glove catching on the rough edges of time. The tree had fallen centuries ago, preserved in the peat bog until her team unearthed it, its memory intact. Beside her the ice core gleamed under the lab lights, its layers a mirror to the tree's history. Two archives of the same story, one written in cellulose, the other in frozen air. "Here," Eleanor murmured, pointing to a dark, narrow ring. "The year without summer. Volcanic winter." Her assistant, Raph, leaned in. "And look at the ice. Sulfate spikes at the same depth. Same event." The correlation was eerie. The tree had grown stunted that year, its leaves starved of sunlight by the ash-filled sky. The ice had trapped the very particles that dimmed the sun, their chemical fingerprints unchanged after millennia. Together they formed a bridge across time, synchronizing Earth's memories. Eleanor traced a thicker ring. And this, the warming pulse. The ice shows methane levels rising right on cue. Raph exhaled sharply. Like clockwork. But it wasn't just the catastrophes they matched. The tree's good years, plentiful rain, long summers, aligned with stable isotopes in the ice. The whispers of ancient droughts echoed in both. The planet's heartbeat, recorded twice over in different tongues. Raph tapped the ice core's deepest layer. "This part predates the tree by what? 20,000 years?" Eleanor nodded. The ice remembered things no living tree had witnessed. The last glacial maximum, the sudden spikes and plunges of the Pleistocene, the slow climb out of winter. The tree's rings were a recent chapter in a saga the ice had chronicled from the beginning. She stepped back, surveying the two records side by side. They were more than data. They were witnesses. The ice, patient and unyielding, had archived the air itself. The tree, rooted in one place, had etched its lived experience into its flesh. "We're not just studying climate," she said quietly. "We're reading a diary." Raph grinned. A diary with no secrets. But Eleanor wasn't so sure. The tree and the ice agreed on the past, but the present was diverging. The last 100 years of rings were unlike anything in the ice's long memory. Too warm, too fast, too erratic. The planet's rhythms were unraveling. Outside, the wind rattled the lab windows. Somewhere in the Arctic, another glacier carved, its layers of history crashing into the sea. Another tree, younger but wiser, added a desperate, widening ring to its trunk. The timekeepers were still writing, and their story, increasingly, was a warning. The glacier's retreat had left a gaping wound in the mountainside, a cavernous maw of dripping rock and ancient ice, its depths exhaling air so cold it burned the lungs. Dr. Elias Varga stood at the threshold, his headlamp cutting a feeble beam into the darkness. The cavern had been sealed for millennia, buried beneath thousands of tons of ice. Now, with the glacier's death, it lay exposed to the sun for the first time since the last ice age. "Watch your step," he called over his shoulder, his voice echoing strangely off the slick walls. "The floor is unstable." Behind him, Anya adjusted her climbing harness, her breath fogging in the frigid air. "You think there's anything alive in there?" Elias didn't answer. The cave's entrance was littered with debris, shattered ice, fallen rock, and something else. Bones. Not the scattered remnants of a single animal, but a mass grave. Caribou mostly, their antlers tangled together in a grotesque nest. Some still had flesh clinging to their bones, preserved by the same ice that had entombed them. Anya sucked in a sharp breath. They must have fallen in, couldn't climb back out. Elias knelt, brushing snow from a skull. The eye sockets were filled with ice, as if the mountain itself had wept for them. "No," he murmured. "Look at the positioning. They were herded here." A shadow moved at the edge of his light. He spun, heart hammering. The beam caught a glint of yellow, eyes low to the ground, watching them. Then, with a flicker, they vanished into the deeper blackness of the cave. Anya's grip tightened on her ice axe. "Wolf. Too small." Elias's mouth was dry. Maybe a wolverine. But wolverines didn't hunt in packs, and they didn't leave caribou carcasses untouched. The cave exhaled again, a gust of stale air carrying a scent Elias couldn't place. Musk and damp stone, and something faintly metallic. Blood, maybe. Old blood. Anya's radio crackled. The rest of the team was waiting at base camp, impatient for updates. She lifted it to her lips. "We're going deeper. Give us an hour." Elias wanted to protest. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to seal this place with explosives and never speak of it again. But the scientist in him won out. This cave was a time capsule, a window into an ecosystem lost to the ice. They pressed forward. The walls narrowed, the ceiling dipping so low they had to crawl. The rock here was striated with odd, swirling patterns, not natural erosion, but grooves, as if something had dragged itself through the tunnel for centuries, wearing the stone smooth. Then the passage opened abruptly, and Elias's headlamp illuminated the cavern's heart. His breath stopped. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. The floor was a frozen lake, its surface milky and fractured. And rising from the ice were structures, not stalagmites, but shapes too regular, too deliberate to be natural. "Elias," Anya whispered, "are those... Walls! The ice had preserved them perfectly. Low, circular walls made of stacked stone, their tops leveled by time. A village, perhaps, or a temple. And in the center, looming over the ruins, stood a monolith. It was taller than a man, its surface carved with the same spirals they'd seen on the standing stones above ground. But this was older. Much older. Elias stepped forward, his boots crunching on the ice. As he neared the monolith, his light revealed something at its base. A figure, crouched as if in prayer. Not a carving. A body. The fur it wore was unrecognizable, the skin beneath shrunken and dark. Its hands were pressed flat against the monolith, its forehead resting on the stone. Frozen in supplication. Or warning? Anya's radio hissed with static. "Anyone there?" Elias reached out, his fingers inches from the figure's shoulder. The ice beneath them groaned. A sound answered from the darkness beyond the monolith, a chittering, clicking chorus, moving closer. Elias's blood turned to frost. The mountain wasn't hollow. It was occupied. "Run," he said, and the cave came alive. The thaw did not come. Winter's fingers clung to the land long past their season, squeezing the breath from the earth. The rivers remained locked in ice, their surfaces frosted with a brittle skin that refused to break. The trees stood skeletal and unmoving, their buds clenched tight against the lingering cold. The air itself felt heavy, a stillness without birdsong, a silence without bees. Dr. Lin Wei knelt by the frozen creek, her gloved fingers scraping at the ice. Beneath the surface, the water should have been alive with movement, tadpoles wriggling toward metamorphosis, insect larvae darting between the pebbles. But the creek was empty, a tomb of glass. "They're not coming," murmured Felix, her assistant. He held a field notebook filled with dates, each one marking the expected arrival of a species that never appeared. The warblers were 2 weeks late. The frogs had yet to sing. Even the hardy Arctic bumblebees, usually the first to brave the spring chill, were nowhere to be seen. Lynn stood, her knees protesting the cold. "The chain is breaking." She didn't need to elaborate. They'd tracked it for years, the delicate synchronization of thaw and bloom, hatch and forage. The flowers needed pollinators. The birds needed insects. The foxes needed the mice that fed on the seeds. Each link depended on the next, and now the first domino had failed to fall. A rustle in the underbrush made them both turn. A lone hare, its coat still winter white, nibbled at the bark of a sapling. It was thin, its ribs visible beneath its fur. The grasses it should have been eating were buried under late snows. The new shoots stalled in the frozen ground. Felix exhaled sharply. If the hares starve, the lynxes— "I know." Lynn pulled out her tablet, scrolling through the satellite overlays. The data was stark. Snow cover persisting 30% longer than the century's average. Soil temperatures lagging behind. Ice-out dates on lakes pushed back by weeks. A single delayed thaw shouldn't have caused this. But this was the 5th year in a row. She tapped the screen, pulling up a graph of pollinator populations. The line plummeted like a rock off a cliff. Felix peered over her shoulder. "What do we do?" Lynn looked at the hare, at the silent trees, at the sky empty of wings. The answer coiled in her gut, heavy and cold. "We watch," she said, "and we remember." Somewhere in the distance, a glacier groaned, a sound like the earth itself grieving. And the spring, stifled beneath winter's lingering grip, held its breath, waiting for a thaw that might come too late. The hunger reshaped the world. With the thaw delayed, the land withered under the weight of its own stillness. The caribou, their ribs sharp beneath thinning coats, wandered farther than ever before, driven by the gnawing emptiness in their bellies. The wolves that shadowed them grew desperate, their hunts turning reckless. Kyle watched from the ridge as the pack circled a young bull, its movements sluggish from hunger. The wolves were thinner, too, their fur matted, their eyes burning with a fierceness that bordered on madness. They no longer hunted as they once had, with patience, with precision. Now they threw themselves at their prey like shadows unmoored from time. The bull stumbled, its hooves slipping on the half-frozen mud. The alpha wolf lunged, its jaws closing on the caribou's hind leg. The others swarmed, their snarls tearing through the silence. But the bull was not yet spent. With a heave, it kicked out, sending the alpha sprawling. The wolf yelped, its leg bending at an unnatural angle. The pack hesitated, just for a moment. But a moment was all the caribou needed. It bolted, limping but alive, vanishing into the skeletal trees. The wolves turned on their injured leader. Kyle looked away. He had seen this before. A pack with no food could not afford weakness. The alpha would be driven out, left to die alone in the cold. Or worse. The wind carried the scent of blood and damp earth. Beneath it something fouler, the metallic tang of desperation. Further south, the bears had begun to stir from their dens too early, their fat reserves depleted. They dug through snow that should have melted by now, searching for roots, for grubs, for anything to fill the void. Some turned to the rivers, their powerful paws breaking through ice that should have thawed weeks ago. But the fish were scarce, their spawning cycles disrupted by the lingering cold. And then there were the foxes. Once sleek and cunning, they now moved like ghosts through the barren fields, their coats dull, their ribs stark beneath their skin. They had begun to hunt in daylight, a risk they would never have taken in years past. Cale had seen one, just that morning, stalking a snowshoe hare with a gaunt intensity that made his chest ache. The hare had escaped, barely, but the fox had not given chase. It simply stood there, panting, as if it no longer had the strength to care. The balance was breaking. Predator and prey, bound by the same starvation, were unraveling the ancient dance of survival. The wolves turned on each other. The bears raided caches meant for their young. The foxes grew bold, then listless, then still. Cale knelt by a frozen stream, his reflection fractured in the ice. He wondered if the land remembered a time before hunger, if it dreamed of springs that came when they should, of rivers that ran thick with fish, of wolves that hunted with full-throated howls instead of desperate silence. A sound made him turn. A raven perched on a nearby branch, its black eyes sharp. It cocked its head, as if waiting for him to speak. Kyle had nothing to say. The raven took flight, its wings cutting through the heavy air. Below, the wolves had finished their grim work. The alpha lay motionless, its blood staining the snow. The pack was already moving on, their bellies still empty, their eyes fixed on the horizon. And the land, silent and starving, watched them go, waiting for a spring that might never come. The mud had hardened under the pale sun, preserving the moment in perfect, terrible clarity. Dr. Eleanor Chen knelt beside the trackway, her gloved fingers hovering over the fossilized footprints. They stretched across the ancient lakebed in a frantic line, a child's small, bare feet, each impression deep at the heel and smeared at the toes, as if they'd been running. And behind them, larger prints, much larger. "Dire wolf," murmured Raff, her assistant, crouching beside her. He pointed to the claw marks, the splay of the toes. Big one, too. This wasn't just a hunt, it was a chase. Eleanor exhaled slowly. The tracks were over 12,000 years old, baked into the sediment by time and drought, then buried under layers of silt until last week's flash flood exposed them again. The child's prints veered suddenly to the left, toward what would have been the lake's edge. The wolf's tracks followed, then stopped abruptly. A third set of prints joined the scene, human, adult-sized, approaching from the opposite direction. Raph traced the adult's stride. "They were fast! Look at the distance between steps!" Eleanor's throat tightened. She could see it in her mind. The child sprinting through the mud, the wolf closing in, the adult. A parent? A stranger running to intercept? The moment where all three sets of prints converged was a chaotic blur of indentations, the sediment churned by struggle. And then only two sets of prints led away. The child's small footprints were gone. Raph swallowed hard. Did they? Eleanor didn't answer. She was staring at something else, a single, tiny handprint preserved near the struggle's epicenter, fingers splayed as if reaching for help, or saying goodbye. The wind stirred the dry grass around them, whispering through the fossils of a tragedy. The lake was long gone, the dire wolves extinct. The people who had walked this shore turned to dust. But the mud remembered. Raph stood abruptly, brushing dirt from his knees. "We should document this. Get casts before the rain erodes them." Eleanor nodded, but her hands lingered over the child's last footprint. Archaeologists called these ghost tracks, fleeting glimpses of lives interrupted. Most were mundane. A hunter stalking prey, a woman gathering reeds, a group traveling to some forgotten destination. But some, like this, were frozen screams. She carefully marked the coordinates, her pencil trembling slightly. The data mattered. The story mattered, even if the ending was written in absence. As they packed their gear, a shadow passed over the site, a red-tailed hawk circling low, its sharp eyes scanning the ground for movement. Life went on, as it always had. Eleanor took one last look at the ghost footprints, already fading in the afternoon light. The mud would forget again, in time, but she wouldn't. The resin had captured it perfectly, the curve of the eyelid, the delicate ridges of the cornea, even the faint tracery of veins beneath the translucent membrane. Dr. Leora Vasquez held the amber nugget up to the light, her breath catching as the prehistoric insect's eye seemed to stare back at her, frozen in eternal vigilance. "It's a Drepanocynus," she murmured, rotating the amber slowly. The rest of the insect was obscured, buried in the golden resin, but the eye was pristine, a perfect lens into the past. Late Cretaceous, this little one watched the dinosaurs die. Felix, her assistant, leaned in, his own reflection warping in the amber's curved surface. "How is it so intact? Usually we're lucky to get a leg or a wing fragment." Leora didn't answer immediately. She was too busy studying the eye's structure under the microscope, the hexagonal facets of the compound lens, the dark pigment still clinging to the photoreceptors. This wasn't just a fossil. It was a window. "Resin traps quickly," she said at last. If the insect was alive when it got stuck, its last moments would have been preserved in exquisite detail. "Look!" She adjusted the focus, revealing a tiny bubble trapped beside the eye. "That's its final breath," the air it exhaled as the resin closed over it. The lab hummed around them, the scent of polishing agents and old paper thick in the air. The amber had come from a private collection, donated anonymously to the university with only a scrawled note. For the ones who listen. Felix exhaled sharply. "Do you think it saw the impact? The asteroid?" Leora rotated the amber again, watching the light dance through the eye's facets. The Cretaceous Paleogene extinction had been sudden. Firestorms, earthquakes, a sky turned to ash. This insect, this tiny observer, might have witnessed the beginning of the end. Maybe. she said quietly. But the eye doesn't remember. It just is. She placed the amber in the scanner, the machine whirring as it mapped the fossil in 3 dimensions. On the monitor, the eye's structure unfolded like a puzzle. Each facet, each cell, a testament to survival until the very last moment. Felix tapped the screen. These patterns here are those neural imprints, like its last sight. Leora zoomed in. The edges of the eye showed faint striations, almost like frozen static. Her pulse quickened. It's possible. Some organic compounds can preserve under these conditions. If we can isolate them. She trailed off, her mind racing. They could reconstruct the wavelengths this insect had seen, the colors of its world. They could glimpse the last light that ever reached its eye. The scanner beeped, the model complete. On the screen the eye hovered, digitized but still eerily present. It had watched a world of giants, of ferns and humidity and thunderous footsteps. And now it watched them, 2 humans in a lab, unraveling its secrets. Felix shuddered. Kinda creepy, isn't it? Like it's still watching. Leora smiled faintly, saving the file. It is. And it'll keep watching long after we're gone. She placed the amber back in its case, the golden resin glowing under the display lights. The Drepanocynus had outlived the dinosaurs, outlived entire epochs, preserved in tree blood until humanity dug it up to ask questions, and the eye, unblinking, held its silence. Some things, it seemed, were not meant to be answered, only witnessed. Outside, the wind rattled the lab windows, carrying the scent of rain and distant soil. And the amber, patient and eternal, kept its vigil. The meltwater came in a rush, a silver torrent carving through the drought-cracked earth, its song the first the land had heard in years. For months, the valley had lain parched and gasping, its rivers reduced to dusty scars, its grasses brittle as old bones. The people had watched the distant glaciers with desperate eyes, praying for the thaw that never came. Then, without warning, the ice relented. Now the water roared through the valley like a living thing, its currents frothing with silt and crushed stone. It filled the dry riverbeds, lapped at the roots of withered trees, pooled in the hollows where animals came to drink. The earth drank greedily, the soil darkening as it swallowed its first taste of moisture in a decade. Mara knelt at the water's edge, her fingers trailing in the icy flow. The cold bit at her skin, but she didn't pull away. This was a fleeting miracle, the glacier's last generous act before it vanished entirely. "It won't last," Cale said behind her, his voice rough. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the water surge past. "The ice is nearly gone. When this runs dry—" Mara didn't need him to finish. They both knew. This was borrowed time. A heron landed downstream, its long legs sinking into the mud. It speared a fish, thin and starved but alive, swallowing it in one gulp. The water had brought more than just relief. It had woken the dormant, the desperate, the survivors. Further up the bank, the children laughed as they splashed in the shallows, their voices bright against the valley's silence. Mara watched them, her chest tight. They didn't understand the gift's impermanence. To them, this was simply water, cold, clear, and endless. Kyle crouched beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. "We should plant? Quick-growing things, before the earth remembers how to thirst?" Mara nodded. She had saved seeds for years, hoarding them like prayers. Hardy grains, deep-rooted tubers, the kind of plants that could endure. They would sow them tomorrow, trusting the meltwater to nurture them long enough to bear fruit. A shadow passed over them, a flock of geese, their wings beating southward. They had come for the water, just as everything had. but geese knew better than to stay. Mara stood, brushing the dirt from her knees. The sun was high now, the meltwater already slowing as the glacier's surrender dwindled. By dusk, the flow would be weaker. By tomorrow, perhaps only a trickle. But for today, the land rejoiced. And Mara, with her seeds and her hope, would do the same. The glacier gave what it could. The rest was up to them. The femur told a story of hunger. Dr. Elias Varga turned the fossilized bone in his hands, tracing the shallow grooves etched into its surface. The marks were precise, parallel lines clustered near the midshaft, each one a record of teeth scraping for the last scraps of marrow. But it wasn't the scavenging that fascinated him. It was the order. See how these gouges overlap? He passed the bone to Anya, his gloved finger hovering above the striations. The deeper ones are older, made when the bone was fresh. The shallower ones came later, after the cartilage dried. Different teeth, different times. Anya frowned. Different scavengers? Elias nodded. The cave floor around them was littered with similar bones, bison, horse, even a few mammoth fragments, all bearing the same layered history. This wasn't random gnawing. It was a hierarchy written in calcium and enamel. He crouched beside a partial skull, its orbit crushed inward. The hyenas went first. He pointed to the puncture marks along the jaw, broad, blunt, the work of powerful carnassials. They could crack open the skull for brains. Then the wolves. These marks were narrower, concentrated around joints where tendons still clung. They'd strip the ligaments. Last came the foxes. He lifted a rib scored with hair-thin scratches, picking clean what others left behind. The cave walls loomed around them, their surfaces blackened by ancient fires. This had been a feasting ground, a place where predators and scavengers alike returned for generations, each taking their turn at nature's table. The bones were a ledger of survival, a census of desperation. Anya held up a femur with unusual markings, not just tooth scrapes, but deliberate notches. Human? Elias exhaled sharply. The cuts were too regular, too intentional. Tool marks. They butchered what the scavengers didn't finish. He imagined the scene, the cave flickering with firelight, humans working alongside, or perhaps against, the other carnivores, all competing for the same dwindling calories. A shadow moved at the cave's mouth. Raph appeared, his headlamp cutting through the gloom. "You've got to see this." Outside, the late afternoon sun painted the valley gold. Raph led them to a flat stretch of limestone, where a tableau of bones had been meticulously arranged. A horse skull stared blankly upward, surrounded by a spiral of ribs. Wolf canines formed a crescent moon, and at the center, a human finger bone, its tip stained with ochre. Anya sucked in a breath. "This isn't random." "No," Elias murmured. "It's a map." He crouched, following the bone spiral's curve. The ribs pointed toward a distant pass where migrating herds would have crossed. The wolf teeth aligned with a ravine, perfect for ambushes. The human bone marked the cave itself. Raph rubbed his arms. They were recording the hunting grounds, the scavenging routes. This was knowledge. Elias finished, passed down through teeth and time. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of sage and dry earth. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote yipped, a descendant of the very scavengers whose marks they studied. Elias looked back at the cave, its mouth dark and yawning. The bones within weren't just leftovers. They were a language. And the land, as always, remembered its grammar. He touched the human finger bone, its ochre still bright after millennia. The first cartographers hadn't used parchment. They'd used the bones of the eaten, The steam rose in great, hissing plumes, twisting into the frozen air like the breath of a sleeping giant. Amid the endless white of the tundra, the geothermal vents were oases of heat and motion, cracks in the Earth's crust where the planet's molten heart whispered to the surface. Dr. Lin Wei adjusted her thermal goggles, the landscape before her shifting into gradients of heat. Blues and purples for the permafrost, searing reds and yellows where the vents exhaled their sulfur-laden breath. Even in the depths of winter, when the air was sharp enough to freeze exposed skin in minutes, these pockets thrived. "Over here," called Felix, her assistant, his voice muffled by his scarf. He knelt beside a vent no wider than a dinner plate, its edges crusted with bright orange mineral deposits. The snow around it had melted, revealing a circle of damp, steaming earth. And there, nestled in the warmth, were clusters of moss, vibrant green against the white, their delicate fronds glistening with condensation. Lynn crouched beside him, her gloves brushing the moss. It was a species she'd never seen before, thicker than Arctic moss ought to be, its cells adapted to harness the vent's constant humidity. "It's evolved to live here," she murmured. "Nowhere else." Felix nodded, already taking samples, like the thermophils in Yellowstone, but for ice. The vents were more than geological curiosities. They were arks. While the tundra stretched barren for miles around, these fissures cradled life. Lichens clung to the heated rocks, their pale tendrils outstretched as if in prayer. Tiny insects, their wings too delicate for flight in the killing cold, scurried between the moss patches. And beneath the thin crust of soil, Lynn knew, were the true survivors. Bacteria that fed on sulfur and heat, the base of a food chain hidden from the sun. A sound made her turn, a low, rhythmic crunching of snow. A muskox stood at the edge of the vent field, its shaggy coat dusted with ice. It regarded them with dark, liquid eyes before lowering its head to lick at the steaming ground. Salt, Lynn realized. The minerals brought up by the vents were a rare nutrient source in this frozen desert. Felix grinned. "Even the big guys know where the good stuff is." Lynn didn't answer. She was staring past the muskox to where the largest vent yawned, a jagged maw in the earth, its depths hidden by billowing steam. The ground around it trembled faintly, a reminder of the forces below. This was the throat of the earth, as the local Inuit guides called it, a place where the planet spoke. She approached cautiously, the heat prickling her face even through her mask. The vent's edges were lined with something unexpected, a dark, fibrous mat, almost like a sponge. She touched it with her boot, and the mat rippled. Not a mineral formation, a colony. "Felix," she said, her voice tight with excitement. "Bring the sampler, now!" The mat was alive, a mesh of extremophil bacteria and fungi woven together into a living net. It thrived in the scalding steam, metabolizing sulfur and methane, building itself from the Earth's exhalations. And where the mat thinned, tiny green shoots emerged. Plants, growing in winter. Felix's eyes widened as he saw it. "That's impossible." Lynn shook her head. "It's evolution." The vents had created microclimates, pockets where life could cheat the ice. And life, as it always did, had seized the opportunity. A gust of wind screamed across the tundra, carrying snow like a veil. The muskox lifted its head, sniffed the air, and lumbered away. The vents hissed in response, their breath briefly swallowed by the storm. Lynn straightened, her mind racing. If these species could survive here, in the planet's harshest reaches, then perhaps elsewhere too, perhaps on other worlds. She took one last look at the throat, its steam rising defiantly into the darkening sky. The earth was not silent. It was singing, and in its song, Lynn heard the future. Felix zipped the samples into his pack. "We should head back. Storm's coming." Lynn nodded, but her gaze lingered. The vents would endure long after she was gone, long after the glaciers finished melting, long after the maps were redrawn. They were the planet's oldest language, a promise of warmth in the cold, of life in the lifeless. As they trudged back toward the snowcrawler, the first flakes began to fall. Behind them, the throat exhaled one last plume, its heat defying the winter once more. And deep below, the earth's heart beat on. The torchlight flickered, casting long shadows across the cave walls. The paintings here were older than memory, ochre and charcoal figures frozen mid-motion, their limbs outstretched, their bodies adorned with antlers and feathers. They danced across the stone, a ritual captured in pigment, its meaning lost to time. Dr. Ilara Voss traced the outline of a towering figure, its arms raised as if summoning the spirits of the beasts around it. Mammoths, their tusks sweeping in elegant arcs, circled the dancers. Bison, their humped shoulders heavy with power, seemed to charge from the rock itself. And between them, the humans, small but deliberate, their movements precise, their purpose unclear. "It's a hunt," murmured Leo, her assistant crouching beside her. He pointed to the spears clutched in some of the painted hands. "They're calling the animals to them, a ritual before the chase." Ilara shook her head. "Look closer." She tilted the torch, revealing another layer beneath the hunt scene, faint, almost erased. Here, the figures were different. Their postures were slumped, their heads bowed. The animals lay still, their bodies surrounded by tiny handprints, palms pressed to the stone in grief or benediction. "After," Leo whispered. Ilara nodded. The cave wasn't just a celebration of the hunt. It was a lament for the killed, a plea for forgiveness, or perhaps a thanks. A gust of wind from the cave's entrance made the torch sputter. The paintings seemed to move in the wavering light, the dancers stepping forward, the mammoths lifting their trunks, the bison shifting their weight. For a heartbeat, the ritual lived again. Then the flame steadied, and the wall was still. Leo exhaled sharply. "Why here? Why paint this so deep in the cave?" Ilara touched the stone. It was cool beneath her fingers, but the air here was different, thicker, heavier. The acoustics were strange, too. A whisper at one end of the chamber carried clearly to the other, as if the cave itself was listening. "This was a sacred place," she said. "Not for everyone, just for the ones who needed to remember." She stepped back, sweeping the torchlight across the entire tableau. The dancers, the animals, the handprints, they told a story of balance, of taking and giving, of a world where humans were not yet masters, but participants. Leo crouched near the cave's far wall, where the paintings grew sparse. "There's something else here." Ilara joined him. The figures here were smaller, cruder. A lone mammoth, its body skeletal. A human figure beside it, one hand outstretched. And between them a spiral, the same symbol found in caves across the world, its meaning debated for centuries. A farewell? A warning? A promise to return? The torch flickered again, its fuel running low. The shadows deepened, swallowing the dancers, the animals, the spiral. The ritual was fading back into the dark. Leo stood, brushing dust from his knees. "We should go. The light won't last." Ilara hesitated. She wanted to stay, to memorize every stroke of pigment, every intention left behind. but the cave would keep its secrets, as it always had. She turned away, following Leo toward the mouth of the cave. Behind her, the paintings settled back into silence, their dancers frozen once more in their eternal ceremony. And the stone, patient and unchanging, held the last dance close, a memory of balance, of reverence, of a world that had moved on. Outside, the wind howled across the valley, carrying the scent of rain and distant fires. And the past, as it always did, whispered to those who would listen. The wind was the first to carry the news. It swept across the desiccated lake beds, lifting fine particles of silt and salt into the air, painting the horizon in shades of ochre and gold. The dust rose in swirling veils, a billion tiny seeds of change adrift on the currents of the sky. Dr. Elias Marin stood at the edge of what had once been Lake Bakar, his boots sinking into the cracked earth. The water had vanished decades ago, leaving behind a barren pan of minerals and memory. Now, even the cracks were fading, filled in by the relentless march of dust. His assistant, Sophia, adjusted her respirator, her voice muffled. "It's thicker this year." Elias nodded. The dust storms had grown longer, more frequent, as the world's ancient lakes gave up their remains to the wind. What had once been occasional events now stretched for weeks, shrouding entire regions in a fine, persistent haze. But it wasn't just dust. He knelt, brushing his fingers over the parched ground. Tiny, thread-like structures clung to the soil, lichen, so fragile it crumbled at his touch. Pioneers, the first life to stake a claim in this wasteland. Sophia crouched beside him, her gloved hand hovering over a patch of darker earth. "Look." A seedling. No larger than a fingernail, its leaves curled tight against the wind. It shouldn't have been here. The lake bed was salt and alkali, poison to most plants. Yet here it was, stubbornly green. Elias carefully excavated around its roots, revealing the secret. A clump of dust, rich with nutrients from distant mountains, deposited here by the very storms that had stripped the land bare. The wind had not just taken, it had also given. Sophia snapped photos, her camera clicking rapidly. The lichen must have stabilized the soil enough for the seed to take hold. But how did it get here? Elias looked up at the hazy sky. The wind carried it, just like it carried the minerals, the spores, the bacteria. He stood, wiping his hands on his pants. "This isn't just erosion, it's migration." The dust veils were more than a symptom of a drying world. They were a vector, a delivery system for life. Lichen spores from high deserts, bacteria from glacial melt, seeds from flood-scoured valleys, all riding the wind to new homes. A gust howled across the lake bed, stinging their exposed skin with grit. Elias turned his back to it, shielding his eyes. When the worst of the blast had passed, he saw it, a line of seedlings, barely visible, stretching towards the horizon. A new ecosystem, written in dust. Sophia shook her head, her voice barely audible over the wind. "It's too harsh. They'll never survive." Elias touched the fragile stem of the nearest seedling. "They don't have to. They just have to survive long enough to make it easier for the next ones." The process was ancient. The deserts of the world had been built this way, layer by layer, life coaxing life into being, each generation making the land slightly less hostile for the next. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of distant rain. Somewhere beyond the dust, storms were brewing. The seedlings would drown or flourish. The lichen would spread or perish. The cycle would continue. Elias took one last look at the tiny green defiance, then turned back toward their vehicle. The dust clung to his clothes, his hair, the creases of his skin. He didn't brush it away. The future was written in these particles, in these wandering spores. The Earth was not dying. It was remembering how to begin again. And the wind, eternal courier, carried the message onward. The permafrost wept as it thawed, its ancient tears carving dark rivulets through the once frozen earth. Dr. Anya Petrov adjusted her respirator, the sterile scent of filtered air sharp in her nostrils. The excavation site before her was a wound in the tundra, a slump of collapsed ground where the ice had retreated, revealing layers of sediment untouched for millennia. And in those layers, something stirred. "Over here!" called Leo, her assistant, his voice muffled through his hazmat suit. He crouched near a dark seam of organic matter, his gloved fingers hovering over a cluster of tiny, spherical structures. "They're intact." Anya's pulse quickened as she approached. Under the field microscope, the structures resolved into perfect little cages, viral capsids, their protein shells unbroken despite their long imprisonment. They shouldn't have survived. Nothing that small should endure 30,000 years in the ice. And yet, here they were. Pythovirus cybericum, she murmured, more to herself than to Leo. Same genus as the one we revived in 2014. Leo's eyes widened behind his visor. Still infectious? Anya didn't answer immediately. She was staring at the sediment sample, at the way the viral particles clustered near what looked like fragments of mammoth hair. The virus had had a host once. It had thrived in warm blood before the ice claimed it. The radio on her belt crackled. "Dr. Petrov, we've got another anomaly. Deeper layer." Anya straightened, her boots sinking slightly in the softening permafrost. The second site was 20 meters downslope, where the melt had exposed an older stratum, a pocket of black, peaty soil riddled with ice wedges. And there, nestled in the muck like a dark jewel, was a sliver of tissue. Human tissue. It was small, a fingertip's worth of mummified skin, its cells freeze-dried but astonishingly well-preserved. And embedded within it, like shrapnel in a wound, were more viral particles. These were different from the pithovirus, smaller, sharper, their geometries unfamiliar. Anya's breath fogged her visor. "Get me a containment unit, now." Leo hesitated. "Protocol says we should torch anything this old. No one knows what— I know what I'm looking at!" Anya snapped. She pointed to the viral clusters under the scope. "See those receptor-binding proteins? They're optimized for human epithelial cells. This isn't some amoeba-infecting relic. This hunted us." The implications hung in the air between them, heavier than the Arctic silence. The permafrost was melting faster than anyone had predicted, exhaling not just methane and carbon, but ghosts. Ancient ghosts with modern targets. Leo swallowed hard. "How do we stop it?" Anya carefully sealed the sample into a biohazard vial, the liquid nitrogen inside hissing as it met the warmer air. "We don't. We learn." The wind shifted, carrying the scent of wet earth and something older, something waking. And in the thawing ground, the past stretched its limbs, whispering a question to the present. "Are you ready?" Cale squinted at the distant ridge where the sky met the land, or should have met it. Instead, the air shimmered like water, warping the tundra into impossible shapes. A forest of jagged spires rose where none existed. A lake glistened in the barren plains, its surface smooth as glass. He blinked, and the illusions wavered, dancing just beyond reach. "Look," he murmured, nudging his sister. "The land is breathing." Yara followed his gaze, her brow furrowing. She had seen this before, the ice lens, the elders called it. A trick of light bending through layers of cold air, conjuring visions to lead travelers astray. "It's not real," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. The spires looked solid enough to touch. Their father, Tarek, grunted as he adjusted the straps of his pack. "Real enough to kill you. Men have walked into crevasses chasing mirages." He pointed to the true path, where the snow lay trampled by caribou. "Follow the tracks, not the light." But the mirages were relentless. As the sun climbed, the ice lens twisted the world anew. A herd of mammoths materialized on the steppe, their shaggy outlines rippling in the heat haze. Cale's breath caught. For a moment, he could almost hear their trumpeting calls. Then the wind shifted, and they dissolved into the glare. Yara crouched, pressing her palm to the snow. "The earth feels steady," she said, as if reassuring herself. Tarek nodded. "The land doesn't lie. Only the air does." Yet even he paused when the most cruel illusion arose, a fire, bright and crackling, its smoke curling into the pale sky. The scent of burning wood teased their nostrils, so real that Kyle's frozen fingers twitched toward the imagined warmth. Yara shut her eyes. "It's not there!" "It is," Kyle whispered. "Just not here." Somewhere beyond the lens, perhaps miles away, a true fire burned. The ice had stolen its image and flung it across the tundra, a taunt to the cold and hungry. Tarek shouldered his spear. "Walk." They trudged onward, the mirages flickering at the edges of their vision. A cliff where there was only flat ground. A kinsman waving from a ridge that did not exist. The ice lens reshaped the world with indifferent artistry, bending light into lies. By dusk, the illusions faded with the sun. The land returned to itself, solid, immutable. Cale glanced back once, half expecting the fire to still beckon, but the horizon held only the first stars, sharp and unwavering. Yara touched his shoulder. "The sky doesn't deceive," she said softly. Above them, the North Star burned constant, a fixed point in the turning world. Cale exhaled, his breath a pale ghost in the gathering dark. The ice lens would return tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, a reminder that sight was the most faithless of senses. But the stars, like the earth, kept their promises. And so, with faces upturned to their cold, faithful guides, the family walked on. The peat bog held its secrets close. Dr. Leora Vasquez knelt at the edge of the excavation, her fingers tracing the delicate strands preserved in the dark, waterlogged soil. The spider's web was perfectly intact, a frozen moment from 8,000 years ago, its radial threads still taut, its spiral unbroken. Time had turned the silk to a ghostly lattice of carbon, but its structure was unmistakable. "It's orbicular," she murmured, her breath fogging in the chilly air. "But look at the anchor points. They're reinforced asymmetrically." Her assistant, Felix, crouched beside her, his gloves smeared with peat. "Wind resistance?" Leora shook her head. "Precision." She pointed to where the web's frame connected to a long-vanished branch, the attachment points thickened with extra silk. This wasn't just about catching prey, it was about surviving the storm. The bog had preserved more than just the web. The spider itself lay curled at the web's center, its 8 legs tucked close, its body desiccated but whole. A Metapyra, if she had to guess. A genus known for its resilience. But this specimen was different. Its abdomen bore unusual markings, and the spinnerets were larger than any she'd seen in the fossil record. Felix adjusted the magnifying lens. "Think it new?" Leora didn't answer immediately. The bog had swallowed the spider mid-spin, capturing its final masterpiece in the act of creation. Had it sensed the rising water? Felt the first tremors of the landslide that would bury it? Or had it simply woven on, obedient to an instinct older than the peat itself? She lifted the sample tray, the web trembling slightly as the peat released its grip. Under the pale morning light, the silk shimmered like a nebula, each strand a fossilized breath, a requiem for the weaver. "We'll never know," she said at last. "But the web remembers." And the bog, patient and silent, kept its vigil. The sea had forgotten its rhythm. Mara stood at the edge of the crumbling shore, her boots sinking into the wet sand as the waves clawed at the land with unfamiliar hunger. The tide was higher than it should have been, the waterline creeping past the bleached driftwood markers her people had placed generations ago. Behind her, the salt-killed grasses whispered in the wind, their roots poisoned by the invading brine. Cale crouched beside a tide pool, his fingers brushing the limp body of a starfish. It had not died gracefully, its arms curled inward as if clutching at its own disintegration. Around it, the pool was a graveyard, mussels gaping open, anemones melted into gelatinous puddles, a crab belly up with its legs stiff in the air. "It's not just the height," he murmured. "The tides are wrong." Mara nodded. The moon still pulled the ocean as it always had, but something had changed. The currents were sluggish, the waves listless, as if the sea itself was exhausted. The marine life that had once thrived in the intertidal zone now lay stranded by the erratic water, too high to retreat, too low to survive. A sound made them turn. Down the beach, a grey seal heaved itself onto the rocks, its sides labouring. Even from a distance, Mara could see the ribs beneath its slick coat. The seal lifted its head, its dark eyes meeting hers, and let out a hoarse bark, not a warning, but a plea. Cale exhaled sharply. "It's starving." The fish had vanished, their schools scattered by the disrupted currents. The kelp forests were dying, their holdfasts ripped loose by storms that came too frequently, too fiercely. The delicate balance of the tides, the moon's steady metronome, had faltered. Mara waded into the shallows, the water icy around her ankles. The sand beneath her feet was unnaturally soft, the granules too fine, as if the seafloor itself was disintegrating. She bent, scooping a handful. The sand trickled through her fingers, glittering with something that wasn't quartz. Microplastics. Cale joined her, his boots leaving deep prints in the unstable ground. "The elders say the moon is angry, that she's shaking the ocean like a blanket to rid it of us." Mara let the false sand fall. The moon wasn't angry. It was indifferent. The tides would rise and fall long after the last human had drowned in their hubris. A wave surged, higher than the last, soaking them to the knees. The seal barked again, a sound like a door slamming shut. Mara turned her back on the water. "We should go." Cale hesitated, watching the seal. "We could. There's nothing we can do." The walk back to the village was silent. Behind them, the tide continued its erratic dance, the moon's pull now a death sentence for creatures that had evolved to trust its consistency. And the ocean, vast and grieving, swallowed their footprints without a trace. The lichen worked in silence. No roots tore the earth, no leaves trembled in the wind, only a slow, patient exhalation of acid, dissolving stone into soil, one molecule at a time. Dr. Elias Marin crouched beside the granite outcrop, his gloved fingers tracing the delicate, lace-like crust of xanthoparmelia clinging to the rock. To the untrained eye, it was just a smudge of green and grey, a humble afterthought in the landscape. But under his hand lens, the truth revealed itself. A miniature forest of branching hyphae, their chemical secretions etching microscopic canals into the granite's unyielding surface. "This patch is new," he murmured, nodding to where the lichen's edges glowed, almost fluorescent against the dull stone. "Maybe 5 years old." His assistant, Priya, scribbled notes, her breath fogging in the alpine chill. "And the rock beneath?" Elias chipped at the granite with his geologist's pick. Where the lichen had colonized, the stone crumbled easily, its surface pitted and porous. Beneath the living crust, the granite was powder, raw mineral material waiting for rain to wash it into the nascent soil below. 100 years of work," he said, brushing the dust from the groove. "Maybe 2. The lichen didn't hurry. It had no need to. Sunlight and air were plentiful here at 3,000 meters, and the rock wasn't going anywhere. It would spread millimeter by millimeter, century by century, its fungal acids unlocking potassium, magnesium, iron, the building blocks of life from the bones of the earth. Priya crouched beside a neighboring boulder, its surface bare. "Why this one and not that?" Elias smiled. "Ask the spores. Wind, water, or perhaps the footfall of some long-gone marmot had carried the first lichen propagule to this particular stone. Chance had chosen the pioneer. Chemistry had done the rest." A gust screamed across the ridge, carrying the scent of distant snow. Elias steadied himself against the rock, his palm pressed to the lichen's cool, leathery surface. The colony trembled but held fast. These weren't the fragile, frilled lichens of the lowland forests. These were mountain lichens, slow, tough, and relentless. Priya tucked her notebook into her jacket. "It's hard to believe something so small can break apart a mountain." Elias stood, surveying the slope below. Every patch of alpine meadow, every stunted spruce clinging to the thin soil, every wildflower nodding in the wind owed its existence to lichens like this one. The breath of stones had built the world, and it would rebuild it too. As they hiked down, the first flakes of snow began to fall, dusting the lichen's patient work in white. But beneath the temporary blanket, the acid still seeped, the hyphae still crept, the stone still sighed itself into soil. The architects of Earth required neither applause nor witness. Only time. The fossilized syrinx lay cradled in Dr. Elias Voss's palm, a delicate, Y-shaped structure of mineralized cartilage, no larger than a thumbnail. Once, it had been the voice box of a bird that sang during the last ice age. Now it was a key to a song lost for 12,000 years. "Are you sure this will work?" Anya murmured, adjusting the spectrometer beside him. The lab hummed with the quiet energy of suspended disbelief. Elias didn't answer immediately. He was tracing the syrinx's grooves with a fiber optic light, illuminating the fine ridges that had once controlled pitch and tone. "Every bird's syrinx is unique," he said at last. "Like a fingerprint, the shape determines the song." On the computer screen, the 3D model of the syrinx rotated slowly, its dimensions mapped to the micron. The algorithm was already running, cross-referencing the fossil's structure with the vocal ranges of modern birds, piecing together the possible melodies hidden in its form. Anya exhaled sharply as the first notes spilled from the speakers. The sound was eerie, hollow, as if echoing across a vast distance of time. A series of ascending whistles, then a trill, then a deep, resonant call that vibrated through the lab's floor. It wasn't just a noise. It was language, a territory claim, a mating call, a warning, a voice from the Pleistocene. Elias closed his eyes. The bird had lived in a world of mammoths and saber-tooths, its song woven into the dawn chorus of a vanished ecosystem. It had known no humans, no cities, no axes biting into forests. Its melody was a thread cut from the tapestry of deep time. Anya's fingers flew over the keyboard, adjusting parameters. Listen, this is the variation if it had a wider range. The call shifted, gaining complexity, a ripple of notes like water over stone. For a moment, the lab vanished. Elias stood instead in a primeval forest, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and conifers. The bird song rang clear above him, unanswered by any living kin. It was the last of its kind, singing into the silence before the ice swallowed its world. Anya stopped the playback abruptly. We should publish. This changes everything. We could reconstruct entire soundscapes. Elias picked up the syrinx again, its weight negligible but its burden immense. And then what? Play them in museums like curiosities? These weren't meant to be heard by us. Outside, a sparrow chirped on the windowsill, a mundane, modern sound. The descendant of survivors. Anya softened. They deserve to be remembered. Elias placed the fossil back in its case. The hollow call lingered in the air, a ghost without a body. And the past, for once, had spoken for itself. The sea had crept closer in the night. Mara stood at the edge of the village, her bare feet sinking into the damp sand where dry land had been just days before. The tide pools now stretched farther inland, their briny fingers poisoning the roots of the last stubborn grasses. The air smelled of salt and rotting kelp, a scent that clung to everything. Clothes, hair, the back of the throat. Kale joined her, his arms crossed against the morning chill. The elders say we must move the gardens again. Mara didn't answer. She was watching a group of children pile stones along the new water line, a futile barrier against the encroaching tide. Their laughter carried on the wind, bright and unburdened. They didn't understand yet. This was not a temporary flood. The sea was reclaiming what it had lost. The soil is too salty near the dunes, she said at last. Even the marsh reeds won't grow there anymore. Kale picked up a bleached crab shell, turning it in his hands. Then we go higher. But higher was already crowded. The cliffs above the village were rocky and thin-soiled, their ledges home only to gulls and tough, wind-stunted shrubs. There was no space for yam beds, no freshwater springs for drinking. A shout made them turn. Old Lyron, the village's best net mender, was hauling a woven trap from the shallows. It should have been heavy with fish, but it came up light, its contents sloshing. When he upended it, only a few small silver fish flopped onto the sand. Their gills flared wide, their scales dull. Saltwater species, thriving where the river's fresh water had once dominated. Lyron spat into the waves. Even the fish are strangers now. Mara crouched, picking up one of the struggling fish. Its body was lean, its eyes too large for its head, an ocean creature venturing where it didn't belong. She tossed it back into the water. Kale watched it dart away. We could build traps farther out, catch the ones still used to the sea. It was a stopgap, and they both knew it. The village had always lived at the border of fresh and salt, their nets and baskets tailored to the brackish in-between. Now the balance had tipped. The estuary was dying. Mara turned her back on the water. Gather the council. We'll need to talk about the rice. The rice was their last hope, a tough, salt-tolerant strain traded from southern villages. It grew slower, yielded less, and tasted bitter, but it was the only crop that hadn't failed entirely. The elders had resisted planting it at first, calling it hunger food. But hunger had a way of changing minds. As they walked back to the village, the wind carried the scent of cooking fires and the tang of fermenting fish sauce. familiar comforts in an unraveling world. The salt line crept higher each season, but the people adapted. They always had. By the time they reached the meeting house, Mara had already begun calculating. How many seedlings they could spare, which fields could be sacrificed to the rising water, who would carry the fresh soil down from the cliffs. The sea would take what it wanted. But the village would endure, even if it had to learn to live with salt in its veins. The frozen seeds woke slowly, their ancient cells stirring as warmth seeped into their casings. Dr. Lin Wei watched the petri dish under the microscope, her breath held as the first tendril of life emerged, a pale rootlet no thicker than a thread, questing blindly through the agar. 30,000 years, murmured Felix, her assistant, his voice hushed as if afraid to disturb the resurrection. And it remembers how to grow. The seed had been plucked from the Siberian permafrost, nestled in the burrow of a long dead ground squirrel. For millennia it had slept in ice, its genetic code paused mid-sentence. Now, in the sterile glow of the lab, it spoke again. Lin adjusted the focus, revealing the root's delicate hairs already seeking moisture. The plant, Silene stenophila, a humble Arctic flower, had last seen sunlight when mammoths still roamed. Its ancestors had known a world of towering glaciers and bitter winds, a world now lost to time. And yet it grew. Felix tapped the incubator's temperature readout. It's faster than we predicted, like it's making up for lost time. Lin didn't answer. She was thinking of the squirrel's burrow, excavated from the thawing tundra. The seeds had been packed carefully, deliberately, as if the animal had known winter would outlast its lifetime. A gift, buried in ice, waiting for a future it could not imagine. In the adjacent growth chamber, the first true leaves unfurled, tiny and pale, their veins still translucent. The flower they would one day bear was extinct in the wild, outcompeted by its modern descendants. But here, in this quiet room, the past was breathing. Felix laughed suddenly, the sound bright in the clinical silence. Look at it. Doesn't even know we're here. The seedling stretched toward the artificial sun, its movements achingly familiar. Root down, stem up. The oldest dance on earth. Lin placed her palm against the growth chamber's glass, feeling the hum of life within. The permafrost was thawing, exhaling its ghosts. Mammoth viruses, forgotten seeds, the detritus of a world long buried. But some ghosts carried gifts, and in the half-light of the lab, the night garden bloomed again. The storm came howling across the tundra, a blizzard of ice and teeth. It tore at the frozen earth, scouring the land clean of snow, revealing what had lain hidden beneath. Bones, not just scattered fragments, but entire skeletons, their bleached ribs and vertebrae rising from the ground like the ruins of a forgotten city. The wind lifted them, carried them, sent them skittering across the ice in a macabre dance. Cale pulled his hood tighter, squinting against the stinging gusts. The blizzard had blown in without warning, swallowing the horizon in a wall of white. Now, as the winds shifted, the storm revealed its true nature. Not just snow, but a redistributor, a rearranger. A mammoth tusk tumbled past, its curve black against the swirling white. A wolf skull followed, its empty sockets staring as it rolled end over end. The land was giving up its dead, piece by piece. Mara crouched beside him, her voice barely audible over the gale. The permafrost is failing. Kyle nodded. The ground beneath them was no longer solid. It heaved and cracked as the ice within it melted, exhaling the remains of creatures that had died millennia ago. The storm was merely the messenger, carrying the bones to new graves. A rib the length of Cale's arm slammed into the earth beside him, quivering like a spear. Further off, a herd of reindeer skeletons clattered together, their antlers locking in a grotesque mockery of combat. The wind screamed through their hollow frames, playing them like instruments. Mara grabbed his shoulder, pointing. "Look!" At the storm's edge, a shape loomed, a human figure, impossibly tall, its outline blurred by the blowing snow. For a heart-stopping moment, Cale thought it was one of the ancient ones, some long-dead hunter risen to reclaim his scattered bones. Then the wind shifted, and the figure dissolved into a whirl of ice and fragments. Just another trick of the bone wind. The storm raged on, relentless. Cale watched as a bison skull soared overhead, borne aloft like a kite. The land was unraveling, its secrets exposed, its history rewritten by the wind's indifferent hand. When the blizzard finally passed, the tundra was transformed. Bones lay in new configurations, a mammoth pelvis balanced atop a glacial erratic, a human femur driven into the earth like a stake. The permafrost's grip had weakened, and the dead had walked again, if only for a moment. Mara knelt, brushing snow from a caribou's spinal column. They'll freeze again when the cold returns. Kyle studied the horizon, where the first stars were emerging. The wind had done its work. The bones would sleep once more, in new beds, under new snow. And the land, ever patient, would keep their secrets. Until the next thaw, until the next wind. The permafrost slumped like a dying beast, its flesh collapsing into dark, wet folds. Dr. Anya Petrov stood at the edge of the thermocast, her boots sinking into the muck as the land exhaled millennia of trapped carbon. Around her, the tundra was a quilt of decay, patches of stubborn ice giving way to bubbling black pools, their surfaces iridescent with methane. "Another one," murmured Leo, her assistant, pointing to a fresh scar in the earth where the ground had split open overnight. The crack stretched for meters, its edges oozing sludge the color of rust. Anya adjusted her gas monitor, its readings spiking as they approached. The numbers scrolled too fast. CO2, methane, even whiffs of hydrogen sulfide. The permafrost wasn't just melting. It was rotting. She knelt, gloved fingers brushing the edge of the collapse. The soil here was unnaturally warm, its icy heart gone. Tiny bubbles rose from the depths, each one a breath of ancient air, last exhaled when woolly mammoths still shook the ground with their footsteps. Leo's boot broke through a thin crust, releasing a gurgling belch of gas. He recoiled. Christ, it's like the Earth's stomach acid. Anya didn't answer. She was staring at what the collapse had unearthed. A tangle of roots, blackened and twisted, their fibers perfectly preserved. Not from any living plant. These were Pleistocene relics, flash-frozen 12,000 years ago, and now thawing into a world they didn't recognize. Her radio crackled. Team 2 reporting another slump near Sector 7. Ice wedges gone. Over. Leo exhaled sharply. That's the third today. Anya straightened, surveying the damage. The thermocast was spreading faster than their models predicted. Whole hectares of tundra were sinking, their frozen foundations liquefying in weeks instead of decades. And with each collapse, the land released its prisoners, ancient bacteria, dormant seeds, viruses that had no business breathing modern air. A sound made her turn, a wet, sucking noise from the nearest pool. The black water trembled, then erupted in a flurry of movement. A shape breached the surface, long, segmented thrashing. Leo stumbled back. What the hell? The creature writhed for a moment, its chitinous body glistening under the Arctic sun, before sinking back into the depths. Anya's pulse hammered in her throat. It looked like a centipede, but too large, too wrong. Something from the deep freeze, waking up hungry. Her gas monitor screamed a warning, oxygen levels plummeting as methane surged. Leo grabbed her arm. "We have to go, now." They retreated to the research ATV, the ground squelching underfoot like rotten fruit. Behind them, the thermocast groaned, its collapse accelerating. Somewhere beneath the sludge, ancient things stirred in their thawing graves. Anya glanced at the dashcam feed as they sped away. The image flickered. Black water, trembling earth, and for one impossible moment, a humanoid shape rising from the mire before the signal cut out. The permafrost remembered, and it was done sleeping. Back at the research station, the team huddled around the satellite images. The scars of collapse spread across the tundra like a disease, each one darker than the last. Dr. Hayes, the climatologist, traced a fresh scar with his finger. This isn't linear decay, it's exponential. Anya pulled up the core samples from that morning. The ice wasn't just melting, it was hollowing, riddled with microscopic channels where microbes had chewed through millennia of frost. "They're accelerating it," she said. "The extremophils. They've been waiting for this." Leo handed her a steaming mug. "For what?" "Warmth." Outside, the wind howled, carrying the scent of wet earth and something older, something waking. The permafrost had held its secrets for 12,000 years. Now, with the final thaw, the past was coming up for air. And it was hungry. The lab lights hummed, too bright against the pre-dawn darkness outside. Dr. Anya Petrov stared at the specimen jar in her hands, the liquid inside swirling with sediment from the thermocast. Under the microscope, it teemed with life. Bacteria waking from a 30,000-year slumber, their forms alien yet familiar. She rubbed her temples. The data was clear. The permafrost collapse wasn't just releasing greenhouse gases. It was resurrecting an entire ecosystem of ancient microbes, each one a puzzle piece from a world long gone. Some could break down cellulose no modern enzyme could touch. Others thrived on methane, converting it to less harmful compounds. A knock at the door. Leo leaned in, his face drawn. "Hayes wants you to see this." The main lab monitor displayed a satellite feed, the Arctic coastline, where the sea gnawed at the softening land. But it wasn't the erosion that caught her eye. It was the color. Vast stretches of tundra, once muted greens and browns, now shimmered with an eerie iridescence. "Biofilm," Hayes said grimly. "The extremophils are colonizing the surface. They're photosynthesizing." Anya's breath caught. The microbes weren't just surviving the thaw, they were exploiting it, turning the dying permafrost into a new kind of ecosystem, one that hadn't existed since the last ice age. Leo zoomed in. "Look at the patterning, almost like circuitry." The biofilm formed intricate branching networks, veins of silver and gold threading through the peat. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. Hayes exhaled sharply. Anya thought of the humanoid shape on the dash cam, the segmented creature in the pool. The permafrost held more than microbes. It held ghosts, and the line between past and present was blurring faster than anyone had predicted. Outside, the first light of dawn touched the horizon. Somewhere beneath their feet, the earth shifted, adjusting to its new, unstable reality. Anya placed the specimen jar on the desk. The future wasn't just changing, it was remembering. The land exhaled, centuries folded into millennia, and millennia into epochs, as the earth turned beneath indifferent stars. Glaciers advanced and retreated, their icy fingers carving valleys, then relinquishing them to the sun. Forests rose from the meltwater, their roots threading through the bones of mammoths and the tools of those who had hunted them. Oceans swallowed coasts and birthed new ones, their tides indifferent to the lives they erased. Time was the only true witness. In the frozen north, the last remnants of the ice sheet groaned as they dissolved into rivers, their meltwater carrying traces of pollen from a world long gone. The tundra bloomed where none had bloomed before, its flowers nodding over the graves of creatures whose names no tongue could speak. The wind, eternal and unchanging, whispered through the grasses, words without meaning, stories without listeners. Deep in the permafrost, the final mammoth slept, its tusks curled in the dark like question marks. Its DNA lingered in the soil, a blueprint waiting to be read by some future intelligence. Perhaps they would wonder at its size, its fur, its place in a world they could never know. The caves, too, kept their silence. The painted hands on the walls faded, their ochre outlines softening into the stone. The artists had vanished, but their colors remained, fleeting signatures on the parchment of the earth. And the sea, ever patient, continued its work. It polished the bones of whales and the wreckage of ships alike, reducing all things to sand and memory. Its currents carried the seeds of continents, the dust of civilizations, the salt of 1,000 generations of tears. The planet did not remember as humans remembered. It had no need for names or dates. Its memory was written in layers of rock, in the isotopes of ice, in the silent, ceaseless turning of the carbon cycle. Life flourished and perished, species rose and fell, and the earth endured. Somewhere in the future, another intelligence might dig through the strata and wonder at the thin, dark line of the Anthropocene, a flicker in the deep time of the world. They might puzzle over the plastic fossils, the sudden absence of giants, the radioactive scars. But the earth would have moved on. The forests would have reclaimed the cities. The rivers would have rewritten their courses. The air would have cleansed itself of the fever dream of industry. And the long sleep would continue, the slow, inexorable dance of rock and water, of life and death, of endings that were also beginnings. The planet remembered everything, and forgot nothing, for it had time, endless, patient time, and in that vast and breathing silence, the story was never truly over. It was only waiting for the next dawn, the next breath, the next turn of the wheel.